Good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the conference in the Jewish Historical Institute in Warsaw. I hope that today it will be at least as much interesting as yesterday, and I wish you all fruitful discussions and also engaging coffee breaks. So let me just start the first panel, which will be chaired by Agnieszka Haska from the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Thank you, Zosia. Hello, my name is Agnieszka Haska. I'm representing Polish Center for Holocaust Research, which is also part of EHRI Polish Node Consortium. I hope you had good dreams this night, and I'm not talking about the topic of the conference, but today is 210 years since Mary Shelley had her dream about Frankenstein. And then she wrote one of the most important books of 19th century. Going back to topic of our conference, now going to back to topic of our panel. Our panel, this morning panel, is about trials, and our first paper will be presented by Dr. Edyta Gawron from Jagiellonian University. She's working at the Department of Jewish Studies at the Jagiellonian University, and she is also chair advisory board of EHRI, which is very important for us. And probably you know her book, Not Only Crocker, The History of Krakow Jews, which was published a few years ago. So Edyta will present a paper which title is The Evidence of Justice, Holocaust Survivors and Their Testimonies During the Immediate Post-War Trials in Krakow. Edyta, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Agnieszka, for this introduction. Thank you, the organizers present here and not present here for having us in Warsaw at the Jewish Historical Institute. It's my pleasure to present the topic which is part of my research, has been part of my research for the past 2 decades, part of the post-war Jewish history in Krakow. I'm going to talk about the testimonies, which are the key topic for this conference in the context of the trials that were held in Krakow. The immediate aftermath of World War II and the Holocaust in Poland was marked certainly by the urgent need for documentation of the Nazi German crimes, and also by the need to bring perpetrators to justice. And therefore, Holocaust survivors whose testimonies became crucial evidence in the early war, war crimes trials were central in this process and among the significant evidence submitted to the court. I'm going to talk about the Krakow examples, a study case in Krakow, but it's part of the wider process of the trials that were held before the National Supreme Tribunal, the proceedings of which included some of the most prominent trials, and 7 of them were held in Poland. Among them were a few of the commandants of the Nazi German concentration and extermination camps, and of course the personnel. Many crimes committed in those camps had limited documentary evidence. Therefore, survivors became a primary source of information, and they testified before the tribunal, very often recounting in harrowing detail the conditions within the camps, and also the mechanism of mass murder and the roles played by individual perpetrators. Why Krakow was significant on this map? of the Nazi German crimes in occupied Poland. Krakow was the site of, before the Second World War, was the site of one of the biggest Jewish communities in pre-war Poland. And this community was almost all wiped out. Jews were first in 1940 banned from the city in large number. The mass deportations were carried for several months in 1940 and early 1941. Then the ghetto was established in 1941 and lasted for 2 years with 2 dramatic mass deportations to the death camps and other persecutions on the site. And then the camp, first the forced labor camp and then concentration camp was functioning in the suburbs of Krakow, and I'm talking about Plaszów camp. So certainly the city itself witnessed a lot of crimes that were the subject of post-war trials, and there were among those held before the Supreme National Tribunal in Poland. 3 of them were held in Poland. The first one was the Amon Getz trial. That was one of the first organized in Poland in 1946 at the turn of August and September 1946. And the timing, but also the subject of this trial, in a sense, set up the tone of collecting the documentation for the trials also that followed. It was for the local Jewish Historical Commission, but also the Regional Commission for the Research on the German Crimes. It was the testing ground in preparations for the other trials that were to be held in Poland. And therefore, I'm going to talk about the several aspects related to this particular trial, Amon Getz trial, in the context of witnesses, but survivors as well, and their role in this trial. Already in 1945, when the Jewish Historical Commission started its functioning in Krakow as part of the larger network of Central Jewish Historical Commission, the local members of this commission started to collect evidence, testimonies, any documentation that could be used not only for the documentation of German Nazi crimes, but also that could be used for as they assumed soon to be held trials, the system or the structure of justice that would be organized. And it was the group of historians, but also people who didn't have such professional preparation for the role to collect the documentation. It started slowly, but soon in the late 1945 and 1946, the number of testimonies collected reached over 1,000, and the work was continued both in Krakow but also outside of Poland. It was also 1945 when the Jewish Historical Commission started to cooperate with the local state-controlled regional commission to examine or to research the German crimes in Poland. And this photo shows their inspection, their field visit and examination at the site of Plaszów camp, and the picture is quite remarkable because it's taken in front of the half-destroyed pre-burial chapel of the Jewish cemetery that became part of the Plaszów camp. Among the people who are standing here is Jakub Stendik, who became one of the witnesses and a crucial witness, I would say, in the context of the history of Plaszów camp. The Jewish Historical Commission, as I mentioned, started working in in the spring of 1945. And by pure coincidence, this was also the time when Amon Get was arrested by Americans in Germany. Amon Get was commandant of Plaszow camp, but as we've heard also yesterday, he was responsible for many other tasks, including the liquidation of Szepnie camp, but also liquidation of Tarnów ghetto, and he himself was supervising the liquidation of Kraków ghetto as well. So the number of tasks that he had during the Second World War were quite crucial. And he became also known for his extreme cruelty and also for his illegal actions, even within the Nazi German legal system. So when he was arrested, the information was immediately passed to Polish authorities. However, Amon Get was transferred to Poland only in 1946. Nevertheless, it was already in 1945 when the collection of testimonies began, keeping in mind the future trial, although the date was not set up yet. And here come the survivors. The survivors of Krakow Ghetto and Plaszow camp were already scattered. They were spread around Europe, if not the world, in late 1945. Only some of them remain in Krakow, but many already lived in the DP camps in Germany or Austria, and some already managed to move farther. Therefore, identifying the location of crucial witnesses became one of the tasks of the Jewish Historical Commission. And the personal ties, but also the networks of Jewish organizations became crucial in finding those people and identifying whether they could submit the testimonies or not. On the ground, on the site in Krakow, the testimonies were collected by the members of the commission, and soon after also by the State Commission for Investigation of Crimes, German crimes in Poland. The process was speeded up in December 1945, and dozens of testimonies were put into the collection that was to be used during the trial. Amon Get himself when he was arrested, he was hoping to escape the justice. Unfortunately, despite the previous diagnosis that he was mentally ill, that he had some physical problems, after the arrest, he was to be transferred based on the international agreement to Poland. The trial was scheduled to start in late August 1946, and the trial immediately, as it was planned, became in the spotlight of the local press, but also many Krakowians and I would say many citizens of Poland who knew about his crimes. He was quite well-known figure for what he did. Therefore, the kind of popular interest, not just professional or personal, was crucial in his case. He was preparing for the trial in the local prison of Montelupich, while the local prosecutors, lawyers, Jewish Historical Commission, and many other bodies were organizing the trials. The interest in it was so significant that the special entry tickets were issued, and the rotation of the witnesses was planned during the trial, as you can see here in the photos. Amon Get himself, till the last moment, was trying to avoid confrontation with the justice system, but also with the witnesses. But what was special about this trial is the fact that although Amon Get was the persecutor of, let's say, widely Polish citizens, it was mainly Jews who were among the victims of his crimes. And also during the trial, it was the spotlight, the Jews were in the spotlight of the press interest, but also when it comes to evidence, when it comes to testimonies submitted, they were really crucial. One of the articles published after the trial mentions the following quote: "The Jews are the majority of the audience. These are their days, great days of those who survive. Today they can whisper to their dead beloved ones that although here there is no compensation for their suffering, but there is justice." So this willingness to support the justice system was among the motivations testified by the Holocaust survivors when they were kind of resistant to give the testimonies, or this idea of submitting the testimonies on the trial. At the trial was a convincing element. And a historical commission, a Jewish historical commission, was in this role that they created the atmosphere and also the motivation for the Holocaust survivors to talk openly about the crimes and to give as many details as possible that can be used during the trials. The testimonies collected by the Jewish Historical Commission in Krakow were then submitted to the team that was preparing the trial, and those that were most significant for the content of the trial, for the accusation, were then selected as the evidence, and some of the witnesses, some of the Holocaust survivors were selected to testify in front of the Supreme National Tribunal. And here comes the graduation of Holocaust survivors' testimony. So first of all, we have those who submitted the testimonies in general, just hoping that it would be helpful for documentation and possibly justice. Then the selection of those who might be crucial for the trials, for the particular cases, and very often they were examined in a sense for the second time. So the new details were added, the new layer of the testimony was collected. And then there was the third part, the third layer, which is testifying in the courtroom, in front of the accused, in front of the judges. And this was the harsh part because the Holocaust survivors were very often cross-examined by the accused, represented by his defendant. So this was the hard part that was so greatly presented by Mieczysław Pemper, who referred to particular dialogue in the courtroom when he was examined whether what the Holocaust, in this case, victims knew in the camp was true or not. So we are talking about a very difficult situation in which the knowledge, the experience of the Holocaust survivors is being questioned. And here we see the list of the Holocaust survivors and witnesses who were assigned to speak in front of the judges and the defendants. And the list was primarily of the Jewish witnesses. And they were invited to the courtroom on the three following days in August 1946. We do not have photographs of the Holocaust witnesses and Holocaust survivors testifying, but we do have some drawings. Some of them we can pair with the particular people. And what is interesting in the context of Amon Get's trial is the fact that Amon Get himself was also requesting the testimonies and the presence of the Holocaust survivors as his witnesses defending him in the courtroom, which is quite interesting because some of them were already in the prison for collaboration, but some of them simply denied any possibility of such. And last, and I would like to get close to the conclusion, last person that I would like to mention, and that's according to the rule, last but not least, it's Michał Borwicz, who was mentioned several times yesterday. He himself was mentioned as the last person of the list of those who were supposed to testify in the courtroom. But his role was quite different. He submitted a report that as the expert witness, and he basically educated the whole team of the judges and all the prosecutors and whoever was in the courtroom about what happened to the Jews during the Second World War. We are talking about immediate post-war situation when also the judges, who were well-educated people who had some knowledge, didn't understand the whole process, and he was the one to give very carefully picked up data, numbers, and educated about what happened during the Second World War to European Jews, what was the role of Nazi regime in it, and what was particularly the role of very trusted Amon Get. So we see this switch from Holocaust survivor to not only historian, but also expert witness in the trial. And enough to say that those testimonies were very crucial element to the successful end of the process, and Amon Get was sentenced to death. And I hope that in the paper I will be able to analyze the testimonies, crucial testimonies that I found during the research with particular elements catching attention of both the judges and the audience. And as the conclusion, I would like to mention the publications. The Jewish Historical Commission in Warsaw was not only providing support for the trial, but it also published the proceedings, which are, again, crucial publication to know, to learn about what happened in post-war Krakow in the context of the justice system. And one of the elements that is crucial in the title of this publication is the word ludobójca, which certainly refers to the discussion during the trial about the genocide, the term genocide in the legal perspective, but also the trial of Amon Get in Krakow was in the dialogue, in the conversation, I would say, with happening at the same time the trial in Nuremberg. So there were some references between Krakow and Nuremberg, and one of these was the discussion about whether to use and how to use the term genocide in the context of the trial. And I think the presence or omnipresence of Holocaust survivors during the Amon Get's trial was like to balance the absence of Holocaust survivors in Nuremberg, in the courtroom. So I think this was also one of the tasks of the Jewish Historical Commission. And I think I will conclude here just with some other publications by the Jewish Historical Commission in Krakow, and also the references to the trial in much later publications and recollections, but by those who attended. And in these recollections published dozens of years later, they admit that they were overwhelmed by the courtroom, by the emotions, and by the responsibility that lied on the shoulders of Holocaust witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Edyta, for this fascinating presentation paper. Many more fascinating perspectives to this trial, as we know. I hope that will be some discussion during the question moment. Our next presenter, the text paper is Dr. Octavian Kutz, the title is Between Memory and Judgment, Survivor Testimony in Early Holocaust Trials before the Polish Supreme National Tribunal. And Octavian is assistant professor in Faculty and Law Administration at Warsaw University. and he specializes in international judiciary. He's also a graduate of Harvard Law School and Hague Academy of International Law, which is very, very funny in Polish because it's Haska and this is my surname. And he's also an author. Can you show us the book? Because there's a new book, the Supreme National Tribunal, and it's here, and International Criminal Law, which last year was published in Routledge. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you very much to the organizers for allowing me to share my research. As it was already mentioned, this is an additional step in my research. The first one was the publication that was published at the end of last year about the Supreme National Tribunal and this criminal aspect, legal aspect of its functioning. And today I would like to speak a little bit about the witnesses during those trials. And I'm a lawyer, so please forgive me that maybe methodologically or I will put accents on different parts of my presentation, on different elements. But I think that our presentation will we will supplement each other perfectly. For many reasons, when I was submitting an abstract, I decided to speak about witnesses in general, but then because of the time constraints, and I also saw that Dr. Gavron will be speaking about Krakow trials, so I decided to choose different trials that don't have such a strong Holocaust element in them. That being said, some introduction to Polish Nuremberg that was already done, so I won't repeat it. Repeat what was already said. Only to mention that it was very short-lived tribunal, just several months, but it has conducted 7 trials, altogether 49 defendants and 1 mega trial. It was the first trial of such importance, as such a great number of defendants. There was 40 defendants, of course. It was the first Auschwitz trial where the second commandant and the other staff of the Auschwitz-Birkenau complex were trialed. Those trials were held in different towns and different cities of Poland, depending on when and where the defendants were most active during the occupation. So this is just the summary that was already discussed. There was also mention about the Nuremberg trial. In my book, I discuss how those the operations of both tribunals interlinked. Not only temporally, you have here at the top the timeline of the Nuremberg trial, and then you have 7 trials of the Supreme National Tribunal. 2 of them, so the Greiser and Goethe case, were tried and concluded before the Nuremberg judgment was rendered. Nevertheless, there's of course quite a lot of links. So, but today I would like to specifically focus on the witnesses, and that's why I selected 2 cases that were not discussed. So that's why I think it supplements perfectly our presentations. It's the first and the last trial of the Supreme National Tribunal, so the case of Greiser and Bühler, Josef Bühler and Arthur Greiser, and they're very specific trials. Those are so-called desk perpetrator trials. This is the concept that was also created by the Supreme National Tribunal in its last case, the Bühler case. In Polish, it's the different translation, but it's a sprawca gabinetowy, so you would say like a bureau perpetrator. But at the same time, it's in English. This already is specially propagated by Anna Arendt. So I use this term. It's different because also the evidentiary material was different. In Rudolf Hesse trial, in Amen Goethe trial, in Auschwitz trial, the testimonies of the survivors was the main evidentiary material. And this is totally different in comparison to Greiser and Bühler case, when the documents, the regulations, the occupant administration executive orders was the main part of the court's file. And that's why the survivor testimonies has different role. And I'll try to explain or what was this role in this presentation. And it was only supplementary. Those are also different trials, because the Jewish question, so to say, was significant element of the prosecutorial strategy, but it was not the main element of the strategy. The operation of the German occupational machinery was targeted Jews, and it was also the element of the prosecution strategy, but it was not the only one. So that's why also I would highlight, and this was also the reason why there was not so many survivor witnesses testimony in those both trials. And second, and finally, unfortunately, we don't have any documentation on the witness selection in any of those trials, in the sense that I haven't come across in the archives any documents why those survivors, those witnesses were selected to testify before the court. There could be any reason, starting from the accessibility of the witnesses. It was already mentioned that many of them, there were trials held just after the war in 1946, so up to 1948. So this was time of chaos and movement of people, and it was very difficult to locate the witnesses. We have a lot of expert witnesses in those trials as well. That was also already mentioned. But why those and not the others? We don't know. I haven't come across any documentation. So this, I think, might be also interesting. If there is something in the archives that some of you might come across, I will be really happy to hear about that. So let's start with the first case, Arthur Greiser case. The two elements relating to the Jewish question were those about the functioning and treatment of Jews in, of course, Łódź ghetto, Litzmannstadt ghetto, and the operation of the first extermination camp ever created on the Polish, so Kulmhof extermination camp. And unfortunately, we have only two witnesses, survivor witnesses, that testified. First one was Samuel Simcha Bronowski, and he testified mainly to three main facts about the operation of a labor camp for Jews in Poznań, where he was held, then about his life in ghetto, especially whether he had any knowledge about Arthur Greiser's presence in the ghetto, so his visits in the ghetto, and finally about the executions and how they were conducted. The prosecutors especially asked in whose name the executions were conducted, and his reply was always that in the name of Arthur Greiser as the Reich governor of Wartheland. The Samuel Bronowski himself was, this is also very important, was a judicial officer and then a judge. Before the war, he lived during the war he lived in ghetto, but worked in the ghetto administration. He was the head of statistical department in ghetto, and then was moved to work as a judge in a criminal court. Because of his probably because of his strong conflicts with the president of Judenrat, he was arrested and transferred to work camp in Poznań and then to one of the sub camps of Auschwitz complex, where he was where he escaped during the evacuation of the sub camp in Jaworzno. After the war, he worked in the public security office, was the plenipotentiary in Łódź for the Ministry of Improvisation and Trade, and finally was a prosecutor after the war, and he was delegated to investigate the crimes committed in Kulmholm extermination camp. So in that sense, he was not a typical survivor witness. He was more an expert witness that has very extensive knowledge about the operation of the ghetto from the statistical perspective at first, and then because he was a Polish prosecutor responsible for the investigation of the Chełm extermination camp, he was also testifying to the trial to this extent how the Kulmhof extermination camp worked. In 1957, he emigrated to Israel. And then the second witness was Mieczysław Żurawski. Maybe some of you know him from his testimonies during the Eichmann trial. He was held, Mieczysław, so Mordechai Żurawski, was held first in ghetto in Włocławek, then was moved to forced labor camp in Poznań, ghetto in Łódź, and finally to Kulmhof, where he was a member of Waldo Commando responsible for disposing the bodies of those gassed and burning the bodies. He testifies to the operation of the extermination camp, as he was one of only 6 survivors of Kulmhof extermination camp. He escaped during the liquidation of the camp while fighting and killing SS men, and he was then he was able to escape, and then he was helped by the Polish farmers around the camp. He also emigrated to Israel and was one of the witnesses during the Eichmann trial. Again, he was questioned mostly about the operation of the camp, but also about the visits or his knowledge how the Greiser was directly connected to the operation of the extermination camp. Then, interestingly, we don't have more survivors' testimonies, but we have written testimonies that were taken by the Regional Commission for the Investigation of German Crime in Łódź and for the proceedings before the Special Criminal Court in Łódź that were part of the court file and were read to some extent in court. There were a few of those people. Samuel Bronowski was already mentioned. Arthur Eisenbach was testifying. His testimony was used as an expert testimony because he testifies as first the member of the Central Jewish Historic Commission, then the head of the Jewish Historic Institute Archive, and finally as a director later on of the Jewish Historic Institute. He had quite a significant knowledge about the treatment of Jews in Wartheland, and this was his testimony. What else? Felicia Lamberg, for example, was a widow of Jakub Lemberg, the head of the Judenrat in Zduńska Wola ghetto. Israel Strauber was a chair of Jewish committee in Poznań just after the war, and Szymon Serebnik was the second survivor of the Kulmhof extermination camp. He was only 12 when he was transferred to Kulmhof, as was made member of the Sonderkommando responsible for disposing of the bodies. He was shot during the liquidation of the camp, but managed to survive and later on emigrated to Israel and was also one of the witnesses during the Eichmann trial. So this is the Greiser case. So in comparison to Amon Goethe case, we already see that the number of survivors is very limited. And secondly, that even those who were testifying were not their testimonies related not so much to their personal experience, but more to the overall background of the operation of the occupational machinery. And now I'd like to move to Bühler case. It's quite similar in treatment of the testimonies of the survivors, Holocaust survivors. The main two topics relating to the Jewish questions were again the ghettoization in the general government and the treatment of Jews and their extermination. And here we have really two witnesses, survivor witnesses, that testified about the attitude of the general government to the Jewry, particularly Polish Jewry, and their personal experience in this regard. First one was Ignacy Falk. During the war, just before the war and at the beginning of the war, he was a regional inspector for the Joint, so the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee that distributed help among Jews and during the deportations and forced deportations. Then he was arrested, kept in the Warsaw Ghetto. He escaped from the train that was heading to Treblinka extermination camp, was again arrested, then kept at the Płaszów camp. And he was a student of Czerniakow, the head of Judenrat in Warsaw Ghetto, so also had a direct contact with him during the during the war, and in that sense, he especially testified to the Warsaw Ghetto operation. But his testimony were more about the not his personal experience so much, but about the deportations and the treatment of Jews from his perspective as a regional inspector of the joint, rather than his personal experience. And the second survivor testimony was that of Edward Stulbach, especially about the ghetto in Warsaw. In Krakow. And here, the main questions that both the prosecution and the defense asked related to, again, the personal involvement of Josef Bühler, relating to two factual situations. First was about the Bühler's direct order to require furniture and decorations of from the apartments of Jewish members of the Jewish community in Krakow, that he was present, and ordering the soldiers to take exactly the furniture to be used in his apartments or the apartments of the occupation administration. And second one related to his dealings with the Jewish shoemaker, that he allowed him to continue operation under the condition that he and his family will be provided with free shoes and free repairs of the shoes. Rather minor factual situations in the overall history of Jewry during the war, but this was very important to stress this direct link between the defendant and the treatment of Jews during the war. And there was quite a lot of questions concerning what was the responsibility of the police, Gestapo and SA, and the administration that Bühler was leading. So to make sure that, for example, the ghettoization, the treatment of Jews before the extermination was the responsibility of civil administration in the general government. And there was three expert witnesses that probably you recognize, Nachman Blumenthal, Józef Kernisz, and Marek Gitter, that testified during the Józef Bühler trial. All of them, of course, had a very strong connection with Jewish Historical Institute, with Central Jewish Historic Commission. Józef Kernisz was, of course, the creator and the first director of Yad Vashem, and he was also expert witness in during Eichmann trial. So again, the expert witnesses were more important during those trials of desk perpetrators than personal experience of Holocaust victims, as in comparison to Auschwitz first trial, Rudolf Hesse trial, or Amen Goethe trial that was discussed in the previous presentation. Edward Stolbach, I also here's just his testimony. I won't be reading, but if you have if you have time, please have a look. It's one of the first paragraphs of his testimony that was given during the trial. And interestingly, as you see already from the beginning, it does not relate to his personal situation, but more about his opinion about general treatment of Jews and how they were subdued and treated by the occupation administration. It's not a personal account of what happened to him and his family. It's more about how he saw the treatment of Jews from the general perspective, right? That there was an illusion, that the Jewry was maintained in perfidious manner by the occupiers, and so on and so forth. As my time is running out, there is some conclusion I want to make, that we still don't know, at least I am not aware of the process of selection of witnesses during the trial. And this is something that I think needs more research, and it might be that we'll never know how the selection was made. In those death perpetrator trials, the role of personal stories of the survivors has very limited role. mostly concentrating on the collaboration of the documentary evidence that were collected, regulations, Hans Frank diary, and so on and so forth. And this testimony was supposed to provide a direct link between the defendants and the extermination or treatment of Jews during the occupation, sometimes rather minor, as I was mentioning about the shoemaker's license, right? And then there was quite an extensive role of expert witness testimonies that in fact were used more as a summary and the conclusion of the testimonies of the survivors that were collected by the different Jewish organizations that were collecting testimonies, so that for the purpose of efficacy, that expert witnesses provided a summary rather than listening to the testimonies of many survivors, as in Amen Goethe trial. And finally, those witnesses were not so much called to testify, to provide personal accounts, but to provide a broader perspective of the treatment of Jews during the desk perpetrators trial. With that said, thank you very much for your attention, and if there's any question, of course, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much for this. We have time for 2 or 3 questions. I can see. Yeah. So maybe let's collect questions first. And
first. Wow. Thank you so much for your presentations. Really, 2 of you, it was remarkable. I wonder, maybe it's for both of you. During these days of 1946, I found out that in my research about Tarnov, that 2 trials were conducted by the Polish authorities against Jews, Jewish policemen, 2 Jewish policemen in Tarnov ghetto. And I wonder if there is a connection, maybe the environment, maybe the conducting the trials of these persecutors or the Germans, maybe it influenced the fact that Jews who were victims too, but preserved as collaborating with the enemy. If there was a connection between these trials, because what in my perspective, the trials that were conducted against the Jews, the policemen, were such a, I will define it as a kangaroo trial or kangaroo court, like, it was, it's the same procedures that were against or conducted against these, these murders. So this is my question, and I have a lot of questions, but I will talk to you privately afterwards.
Thank you. I finished just my work on the Polish Auschwitz trial, so I also had a deeper look on the witness question. And for me, it was very astonishing that in the Höss trial, there was quite a lot of Jewish witnesses from abroad, from France, Czech, and so on, but only one Polish Jew, that was Henrik Mandelbaum from the Sonderkommando. And half year later at the Krakow trial, there was quite more Polish Jews, and I also was wondering about the criteria choosing the witnesses. I also didn't find any information about it, but I thought maybe a reason could be that the Krakow trial was such a lot of persons, and they looked in the protocols of the Jewish committees who can say something about Alice Orlowski and so on, and that made it that a lot of Jewish protocols were found talking about these persons, and then they were chosen to say something as a witness because they had no other information about them. For Höss, they had a lot of information from the Polish political prisoners who worked in the administration, and maybe that might be a reason. interested what you think about this theory, but because I have no other explanation for it. So it's for both of you.
Third question back.
Thank you for the very interesting talks. I wanted to know what was the outcome of the trials of Greiser and Bühler. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe, yes, fourth short.
Yes, I have a question that is a follow-up to the question about the selection of witnesses, because you mentioned that there was this hierarchy of witnesses and only the fittest ones or the most able ones were selected for testifying in court in person. And I was wondering about the gender perspective, because on some of the lists that you presented, there was like just one single woman witness. And I was wondering what is the sex ratio of these witnesses selected or even interviewed for testimonies in these court trials, and were women a minority there? And if so, why? If there is if there was an understanding that women were less able to go through this procedure, or less reliable witnesses, or what was the reason?
Okay, so who wants to start first?
Okay. So the first question, the connection between the trials. I think there was, of course, there was some connection of experience. I mean, legal experience between an exchange between the judges, prosecutors during the trials. But I think this was a different system of the trials, different level of the trials. So all those cases before the Polish regional courts were conducted in different ways, but however with the same goal or aim to provide the justice after the Second World War. But of course, the accused during these trials committed crimes against what was considered either international law or the Polish law. So there were local crimes committed by local citizens, and this was quite different than the trials before the Supreme National Tribunal, which was considered like more on a national level by mostly foreigners. But of course the experience and the documentation was similar, and also the same Holocaust survivors, the same witnesses, their accounts, their testimonies were used in both. But this is the evidence that was circulated in the same time. So, whatever was the available at the Jewish Historical Commission and at the Regional Commission for Investigation of German Crimes in Krakow, this was used during these trials. The dynamics of the court cases, however, differed, because in during these trials before the Polish courts, when the Jews were the accused ones, the emotions, I would say, were slightly different, and antagonism between the survivors were visible. So that's what comes to my mind as the answer. We can talk a little bit more later. As for the selection of witnesses, this is, I think, more intuitional reading through the documentation of the trials than having an instruction. There's no instruction, no clear instruction. It's more like those who were collecting testimonies were justifying whether this testimony is coherent, whether it provides facts, whether it can be used during the trial as the clear evidence, and then the availability of the person. And the way the person was able to speak in the courtroom was the factor that probably was taken under consideration for the witnesses during the trial. As for the ratio, gender ratio in this selection, I looked at the list of testimonies and on the list of the testimonies that were submitted for the Amon Getz trial, the testimonies selected were mostly by men. I can give you the numbers later, but mostly by men. But in the wider selection of the testimonies, women, I think, have some role in submitting the testimonies, and their testimonies were read and considered. But I would say it, based on the memory, it was not more than like 20-30% of the testimonies, and it was mostly related to the functions within the camp. So those who were functionaries in the camps were mostly men in this case. So this was a factor that was taken under consideration.
Yes, I also tried to go through all the questions. So I haven't found any connection with the collaborative trials because Supreme National Tribunal was a special tribunal, and it was only established to trial the major German war criminals operating on the territory of Poland that were extradited under the Moscow Declaration. So in that sense, collaborators were dealt with in much lower courts. So the only legal element of the collaboration was how the functionary inmates in concentration camps should be addressed, should be seen and judged during the trial. And it followed the Nuremberg guidance that if somebody was forced to perform those functions, he or she should not be held responsible for being a member of the administration of the camps, but of course for his acts, direct acts, he or she could be held responsible. As to the difference between Hesse trial and Auschwitz trial, I think that we need to look a little bit further than only the testimonies. The Hesse trial was specially transferred to Warsaw. It was not held. It was supposed to be held either in Krakow or in Katowice, the closest biggest town to Auschwitz. But it was transferred to Warsaw because of the publicity and international exposure, and that is also why we have so many foreign witnesses. Because of course Auschwitz was not only Polish. The victims were not only Poles. There was many nationals of different European and not only European nationalities. So they were transferred, or they were transported to Poland to Warsaw to testimonies. And I think this is the main difference. And Auschwitz trial, the first Auschwitz trial, was held in Krakow. But as you probably know, it was forgotten for many years. When you go to some, even few years ago, some articles or even Wikipedia, if you go to Auschwitz trial, you will not find the Polish trial as the first trial. You will find the German trials as the first one. So in that sense, it wasn't such important even back then trial as the Rudolf Hesse trial, unfortunately, although the person trials were much more senior in comparison to German trials than we have. So this is also some unfortunately forgotten legacy of the Supreme National Tribunal. About the Bühler case, he was of course found guilty and hanged. But the testimonies of the survivors or witnesses were not the main issue here. There were much more condemning evidence, especially relating to his participation in a Wannsee conference, and he personally signed 100 decrees relating to treatment of the civil population in Poland, and 21 of those carried out death sentence for breaking them. So this was also the difference. I think it highlights very well the difference between the concentration camp trials and those desk perpetrator trials. If we have 1 minute, I can just read one excerpt from the judgment. Bühler represents a certain type of war criminal, namely a desk perpetrator, who did not commit crimes directly, but participate in their commission predominantly by inscribing them into the framework of Hitlerite legal provisions. Assessing the criminal acts of the defendant Bühler, the Supreme National Tribunal had to consider them against the background of the activities and role of the former General Governor Hans Frank. Doubtlessly, in comparison to Frank, defendant Bühler was in the shadows. Frank would make big politics in the style of the leaders of the Third Reich, but Frank only gave a signal for a strike, while Bühler then assembled a criminal machinery of the General Gouvernement. Bühler did not shoot his victim, nor is he accused of that. This was somebody else's job. Bühler is responsible for paving the way for those people, for using them, for assembling the apparatus of crime, for dressing the action as a form of legalism. Bühler undoubtedly did not initiate criminal activities in the broader sense, but assemble a powerful apparatus to carry out those actions. Speaking figuratively, he took care of all the parts of the German criminal machinery in the General Gouvernement were working properly. In operating this machinery, he did not play the role of ordinary mechanic, but that of a chief engineer. So this is why he was found guilty. And the final question concerning the feminist perspective, I think we need to have in mind that in the 40s, the perspective was totally different. All the judges were male. There was no female judge. There was no female juror judge before the Supreme National Tribunal. None of the prosecutors was woman. Our defense lawyers, I think there was altogether 30 something of them. Only one was female. And the defendants, of course, here we have different approach because we have women in the first Auschwitz trial, but again, in comparison to the number, it was, I think, less than 20% or even less. So in that sense, the presence of testimonies of female testimonies, especially the survivors, was also limited, also from that perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this discussion. Let's continue this discussion in the coffee break. So have a good coffee, and thank you so much again, and thank you everybody for being here.
So grab your coffee and sit, please, because we want to start. The first paper will be online. Hannah will connect with us. So I hope it will be it will go smoothly. And before we start, Judith tells a few words. She passes us the information. Please.
Yeah, I maybe some of you know already, but Carlo Ginzburg died this night. So he was 87, and I mean, we waited this news because he was very weak in the last weeks. But of course, for us who are more or less all linked to the microhistory project, it's a great loss. And also because his article in Probing the Limits of Representation, that Testis Unus, Testis Nullus, about just one witness, is a very important piece for Holocaust historians. So I just wanted to share the news with you and my sadness. But we have to work. This is the best thing we can do.
Thank you, Judith. Oh, okay, great. Hello, Hannah. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear, but I cannot see anything except for my screen.
And can you see us too?
No, I cannot.
Because you cannot.
I shared my PowerPoint, so I cannot see anyone.
Thank you. I'm glad that you are with us. Hannah had some problems with flying, so we had to connect with her, but I'm glad that she's with us. My name is Zofia Trembacz. I work in the Jewish Historical Institute, and I'm happy to chair the session about the testimonies from the Jewish Historical Institute archive. And the first person is Hanna Abakonova. She holds her PhD in Holocaust history and MA in psychology. She is Stuart Ramsay Tompkins Visiting Professor at the University of Alberta, and in 2023-2025, she served as the Director of Research for the Encyclopedia of Camps and Ghettos Refresh Project at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the lecturer at the University of Alberta. Her research focuses mainly on the history and memory of Jewish-Ukrainian-Romani relations. And now, today, during our conference, she presents the topic Hidden in Yiddish, JHI Testimonies and Early Soviet Documentation in the Reconstruction of Ghetto Experience in Occupied Ukraine. I cannot wait. Hannah, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I can see you, and I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person. Unfortunately, I had some budget problems to fly to Poland, and also now it's 3:30 morning in Canada. I hope I still can speak at this time, and I will stay until the end of the session and will happily answer your questions if there will be any. So before I start, I would like to tell you a couple of things, a couple of remarks, why I chose this topic and how I started to work with Yiddish testimonies. Just this week, I finished my 3rd year of learning Yiddish with the Oxford School of Rare Languages. And for many years working on the Holocaust, I realized that mainly researchers use, of course, English language for historiography and translations, but mainly if you talk about original languages, that they use, of course, German. And if you talk about Ukraine, of course, Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, Romanian, and even not Hebrew, because Hebrew requires different learning. And then I was wondering why I don't see research about the Holocaust in Yiddish. And then I started to dig in and try to understand what was the problem. I realized that for fuller experience and deeper knowledge in Holocaust, I must study Yiddish. And I cannot say it is easy, and I continue the next year as well, and hopefully I will reach C1 level soon. So I have, of course, reading knowledge and listening comprehension in Polish, in German, and in Hebrew. And my native languages are Ukrainian and Russian, and everything this extremely helped me to learn Yiddish. And later I will explain you why those languages are important. So in 2023-25, I worked at the USHMM for the Encyclopedia of Camps and Ghettos, District Lublin. We worked on District Lublin in general government, and then I decided to try to utilize the testimonies in Yiddish. That was also overlapping with my Connie Crystal EHRI Fellowship, for which I'm so much grateful to EHRI, that I was able to arrive in person at JHI Archive, and where I actually discovered not only more than 7,000 testimonies in Polish, and some of them are even were translated in English, but also hundreds of testimonies in Yiddish. Some of them partially translated, some of them had annotation in Polish, and some of them were not translated at all. Actually, mainly they are not translated, or only annotation is given. And then I started to work on Yiddish testimonies. It was very, very long work, and it's still difficult. I have to select these testimonies, basically going through all JHI archives. And first pile I selected when I was at JHI, and I'm very grateful to Magdalena Wójcik, who helped me working on District Lublin. And then I understood how many testimonies in Yiddish actually we have about Ukraine. Of course, I'm talking about Western Ukraine in the post-war borders. And that's why my presentation in terms of geography will be a little bit overlapping between Western Ukraine and Eastern Poland, which is Halachina, Galicia. So I will talk about geography, sources, methodology very briefly, and then I will focus on JHI testimonies, Relatia 301. I will talk about complications and contradictions, then what actually the testimonies preserved, what I could find there about the ghetto and other experiences of Jews during the Holocaust. Then I will talk about translations, And in the end, I will compare the Yiddish testimonies with the Soviet early testimonies, which were collected and preserved between 1943, actually started 42, but 43 and 1948. So let's start a little bit on geography. I understand that you, of course, know the geography, but maybe those who will watch this recording will not understand where is it. So I'm talking about District Galician and general government, Volhynian and Podolian General Bitsirk, Reichskommissariat Ukraine, and these testimonies, what I could find in Yiddish at JHI, also overlapping with District Lublin general government. Why overlapping? Because some people, Jewish survivors, could be born in Eastern or Western Galician, and then during the war could escape or move to another part or to be deported. So here you can see roughly on the contemporary map, I marked District Lublin. Here is District Galician, in the contemporary borders. And here we have Volhynia. Volhynia is a historical land because Volhynian and Podolian
Hannah,
of course.
sorry,
Yes.
I have to interrupt because we cannot see your presentation. Did you change the slides maybe, or?
Yes, I changed.
Yeah, because we see only the first slide with the title.
I changed already 3. Okay.
Please do it again.
I will share the screen again. Do you see that now?
No, there's no presentations. So maybe please stop sharing the screen and then start again, okay? Maybe it will work.
Okay, does it work?
Full screen, please.
Just try again.
Yeah, we have the slide with the outline.
Okay, that's what I was. I will present. Then I talked about geography.
Geography, yeah, okay.
And then I moved to the map.
Yeah, thank you. We can see it.
Okay, thank you. And here I will just repeat, this is the contemporary borders of Ukraine and Poland, and roughly I mark District Lublin here, and District Galician here, and Volhynia is a historical land here because Volhynian and Podolian General Bitsirk was much larger. So it's the geography which I found at JHI Archive in Yiddish Testimonies. And again, just to present the map of Lublin district is here. It's historical map from the JHI Archive. And here later was formed District Galician. So in terms of sources, today my presentation is based only on the Testimonies 301. However, also there is quite a bit of Yiddish and Yiddish testimonies and documentations in another JHI collection, which is Jewish Self-Help 211, but I don't talk about that today. And if to compare those testimonies to those which I found in Ukrainian archives, I will talk about SDAGO Archive, Central State Archive of Public Organizations of Ukraine, which before the independence of Ukraine was the Communist Party archive, and preserved quite a bit of secret documentation. And Central State Archives of Supreme Bodies and Power and the Government of Ukraine, which mainly preserved testimonies and unpublished articles and books. So in terms of methodology, very briefly, I work directly with Yiddish originals. I try to have comparative content analysis, and I focus on language, documentary setting, and narrative structure. So First of all, I would like to talk about complications and contradictions. Why actually researchers almost don't use Yiddish? Many researchers actually know German, and when you hear Yiddish, it's very much overlapping with the German, and one may understand Yiddish. Also, if one knows Hebrew, written language, written Yiddish is actually consists of Hebrew letters, and probably it could be also read. However, the combination of Hebrew letters and some German spelling of words actually is quite complicated, because here, of course, about linguistic barrier and handwriting versus typed Yiddish. For instance, I will give you example. This is excellent handwriting. However, you see there are some corrections and some misspelling, of course, like in any language. It's very difficult to read handwriting even in our native languages. Here, for instance, it's already a little bit blurred and faded. And here, as if it's very small letters, clear. However, it's not really very easy to read, because the person used not contemporary pen, but ink pen. And here it's written by pencil. And it's obvious because some of the letters actually written in a way that they're almost invisible. And that means that actually it's impossible to read 100% and translate 100%. Something should be guessed, of course. Then typed. Here you can see very clean typed version of Yiddish. Here, however, already it's blurred. And what is important, how to differentiate letters for those who don't know Yiddish, you have to look at the corners of the letters. Letters should be typed very, very clear. Otherwise, it can be confusion. For instance, this letter can be N or can be G, Gimel or Nun. And this letter can be actually T or S, depends on how it's read. So here it's clear that it's S samach. However, when such type is a little blurred or is not clear, it's almost impossible to understand what is the letter. And here, for instance, it's clear, but again fading. And you see insertion of different locations in Polish. This is one problem. Another problem, it's not only that Yiddish handwritten and even typed largely illegible, but also dialects, because Ukrainian and Polish dialect is one. And for instance, if you talk Ukrainian and Lithuanian, or Lithuanian Belarusian, actually, not even Ukrainian, Lithuanian Belarusian, it's a little different. That's why, for instance, I can read documents from which came from Poland and were written by Polish Jews or Ukrainian Jews, but I am not sure that I can read documents of Belarusian Jews in Yiddish. I will give you example. For instance, a very famous traditional dish with herring and eggs and green apple. It is called forshmak in Ukrainian and Polish dialect. However, in Belarusian and Lithuanian dialect, it is called gehakte herring. So you see the difference. And there are some other words. And then why I mentioned in the beginning languages, knowledge of Slavic languages, particularly Ukrainian and Polish, is essential, because many words came from those languages, like, for instance, dinner, večere, or skirt, spudnice. In Ukrainian, it's spidnica. And dinner in Ukrainian is večerя, so in Yiddish, večere. You see, it's very, very similar. So this is one complication. However, this is not the major one, because what we have also when I see translations from Yiddish, it's insufficient attention to Jewish cultural and narrative codes. And here it's very important the knowledge of culture, exactly of the location where those Jews were born, raised, and survived. For instance, in translations, I always see the word shtetl. However, in testimonies, there is a difference between shtetl and shtetlich. Shtetlich is a tiny town, almost village, can be just 100 of inhabitants. For instance, in other translations, a gute Yid, I always see translated as a good Jew. If I would be in the audience now, I would ask actually you how you would translate it. But because I cannot do it, I just tell you how it is translated regularly. A good Yid, yeah, good Jews. However, in Ukrainian Polish dialect from Galicia, this is not the meaning. The meaning is a pious Jew, Jew who observes traditions. And then also what I see in translations, the Rebbe, and sometimes when there is a call, like, for instance, Reb Loksh, it's like always translated as rabbi. However, Rebbe may not be rabbi. Usually this is the head of the community or very wise, important man. And rabbi would be in this dialect the Rov. So this is, I think, essential also studying of cultural environment and codes. And of course, geographic names, because in the testimonies, survivors use very different geographic names. And sometimes it's not consistent use of geographic names. But in one testimony, it is used in Polish way, in one in Ukrainian, and in one in Yiddish way. Here I give you example of Zborów. Actually, in one of the testimony, it was used very consistently as Zborów, like Polish form. And it was not a Ukrainian form Zborів or Yiddishized form. However, another example, Żółkiv or Żovkva in Ukrainian or Żolkve in Yiddish. Text appears phonetically, how Jews heard, how this particular survivor heard the name of the town. And sometimes there is also, of course, misspelling. So it is essential to know not only major cities, but very tiny villages. And some of them, of course, disappeared after the Holocaust. So the other thing is the proper names were often known socially in Polish. A Jewish witness might speak Yiddish at home, but know the official or local town name in Polish or in Ukrainian. And then we have confusion also in personal names between Polish or Ukrainian spelling of the names and Jewish names. Then writers often switched code nature. The grammar of the sentence is Yiddish, but the town or person name stays in Polish or Ukrainian. And then also Yiddish orthography for place names was not fully standardized. So Yiddish, the writer might write a Polish place name in Yiddish phonetic spelling, semi-Polish pronunciation, mixed form, and plus post-war testimonies sometimes even have Russian form of the places, because Jews actually, of course, were raised and survived in multilingual environment. Yiddish, Polish, sometimes Russian, Ukrainian influence was there. So when I'm talking about transcriptions of handwritten Yiddish, which actually quite a bit I could find at JHI and Testimonies 301 collection. Transcription not always is the same as handwritten. So the typed version in Yiddish appears to be a cleaner archival copy of the handwritten original. And the handwriting preserves some expressive orthographic variations, preserve small wording differences, which sometimes very important, especially if you talk about emotions, because in transcriptions, those emotional content sometimes omitted. Then we talk about translations. At JHI, some of the testimonies actually are translated in Polish. And sometimes even survivors give two testimonies, one written in Yiddish and one written in Polish. However, when I compared those testimonies, I could see that Polish version is usually very general. If the survivor wrote both versions, the Polish is very general without much details, whereas Yiddish version preserves all the details. That also, I think that because of the first native language would be Yiddish, and the testimony first would be written in Yiddish, then in Polish. This is the case. And if it's translation, another person, translator, archivist, then there are very different texts sometimes appeared in transcribed Yiddish, because translations are always done from transcribed Yiddish. And actually, translation itself, or sometimes changes wording or omits some sentences which are unclear without marking that those sentences are unclear. And I even had one file where I have handwritten Yiddish, then transcribed typed version of Yiddish, and then translation in Polish, and then the same file, the same number contains completely different testimony written in Polish. However, the handwriting is similar of translation and that testimony. That also means that a person didn't write but dictated. So one testimony was translated and another was dictated to the same person. And there are two completely different cases, one about Ukraine and one about Eastern Poland, district Lublin and Tryovets. And first one about Lviv. So obscure language also appears. For instance, sometimes the Jews didn't want to name Germans, and they say die Schwarze, the black ones. And it's not clear really who are the black, but they say when they forced us to work for those blacks, so they use word die Schwarze. So we could then the continuation that when they forced us to work for die Schwarze, we couldn't return alive anymore. And then I understand that we talk about the Germans. And about multiple languages, which testimony contains Yiddish, Polish, sometimes some paragraphs in Russian, some Hebrew. Also, religious Jews use some Hebrew words, which to emphasize something, or when they don't remember it, Yiddish apparently, for emphasis, and sometimes some German as well. So what actually I could find in the testimonies? Of course, names of people. And it's very, very important because we almost don't know in some areas any survivors, only what came from German reports and documentation. So survivors and relatives, not only names in the documents, sometimes they appear in like Ukrainian names, so Polish names, but Jewish names, helpers' names, collaborators' names, those who denounced, and sometimes German officers' names. Names of locations, even tiny locations. Of course, survival experience. And here we talk about the large topic, about escape, about hiding, about helping by Ukrainians or Poles, about helping Jews to Jews. Then we talk about Aktionen. Survivors always remember how Aktionen happened in very detailed way. And also we learned about fragmented ghetto structure. And here we can, for instance, find out that ghetto had a hospital. The testimony is 301, number 317. I will not read you in Yiddish, it's quite long. I will read you the translation. The survivor describes the Aktionen. When they arrived at the market square, they means Germans. 1,630 Jews were surrounded. The Jews from the ghetto hospital and from the crowded prayer house were killed immediately. So we learned that actually there was hospital and there was also prayer house. And sometimes synagogue is mentioned, sometimes it's just a prayer house, not synagogue, which is a little different. We also learned that some ghettos had Beit Midrash, learning school for learning Torah and Talmud. Then numbers, as you heard in the testimony. Of course, I'm not sure that we can trust numbers in the testimonies because they were given in 44. I found the earliest, then 45, 46, and later. However, numbers are there, and sometimes survivors also talk about the numbers before the war, approximate number. For instance, about very tiny shtetl. It was written in one of the testimonies that actually 3,000 Jews were there out of 6,000-7,000 population. So it's not very tiny. It was written shtetl, but we see that it's not really tiny, and we see that about 40-50% were Jews. Of course, we learn about ghettoization and forced displacement in all details how it happened, and communal destruction from within social
Hannah?
world. Yes.
I'm sorry, but I must remind you that you have 5 minutes left, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And then finally, resistance and partisan activity. For instance, here there is kind of testimony, but memoir as well, I would say short memoir, Der Jiddische Partisanen. It's file 31109. And the person was born in 1914 in Tomashov district, but experienced the war actually in Ukraine. I mean, contemporary Ukraine. It's Ternopil region, it's district Galicia and Skalat. And what he said, he joined partisans Ukrainian Kovpak detachment. And what he wrote, on our march route, we encountered different groups of Jews who had remained in the forest from the ghettos. Near Skalat, we encountered Avrom or Abram, it's not really very well readable, and others. In our armed group, there were 4.5 probably families with women, children, older Jews, and they had undertaken an uprising earlier, but they could not hold out in the forest. We explained to them that there was no Jewish army, and we supplied them with food and some weapons. So we learned here that there was uprising in the ghetto, and then Jewish families, including children, women, and elderly, just were in the forest. And we know a lot of Jewish partisans in Naliboki forest in Belarus and Poland, but not about Ukraine. Very few cases about Ukraine. So I just show you where is it on the contemporary map. And here it's another testimony from Rokitne and Sarne. And I will not already read this, but it's where a person described in very tiny details the process of ghettoization and Aktionen and uprising. So now I'm coming to my conclusion and a couple of words about contrast with early Soviet testimonies. First of all, I couldn't find any Yiddish. If we talk again about testimonies on Galicia or Volhynia. So what I found, there are files which contain essays on history and literature written by secondary school students, interrogation transcripts, report produced by Soviet intelligence services and underground organizations, and unpublished dissertations and articles which incorporated witness testimonies. So Soviet documents often reflect juridical and official frameworks. People who gave those testimonies always self-censored themselves because being on the occupied territory could be considered as treason by the Soviets. And writing in Yiddish, most likely they thought that nobody will understand that, or nobody will even read that. And then they really wrote with many details their experiences. And JHI testimonies preserve social density, communal vocabulary, and lived experience, which Soviet documents are lacking. So finally, I'm coming to my conclusions that Yiddish testimonies are essential, of course, for fragmented histories of ghettos. They not just complement, but they create a different world and different understanding of what happened before the war and during the war as well. They show what could be preserved and silenced, also transformed by language and archive. Holocaust historiography, I think, must account all archival and linguistic frameworks. And of course, they're underused because of the complications which I talked about earlier. And however, the value is not only in factual details, which are also given, but in social, cultural, and narrative vocabulary of Jews. This is not just a complementary source to learn about Western Ukraine and Eastern Poland, but it's a completely outstanding source on which many research can be based. And finally, reading JHI testimonies alongside Soviet documentations also reveals how different archives shaped Holocaust memory and how they treated actually survived Jews. I mean, not only archives in terms of preservation, but also how Jews were treated by the Soviets after the war. Oops. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hannah, Thank you very much for deeper insight into the JHI testimonies and the comparison with the Soviet documentation, the Soviet early testimonies. And please stay with us for the further discussion. And now the second speaker is Ewa Kozimińska-Frejlak, a sociologist and researcher at the Jewish Historical Institute. Her research focuses on the Holocaust studies and its aftermath in post-war Poland. Since 2014, so more than 10 years, she has chaired the editorial committee of the critical re-edition of Central Jewish Historical Commission publication. Please, Ewa.
Thank you, Zofia. Thank you. I want to thank the organizing committee for having me here. And I will start. Yes. The starting point for the reflection I would like to share with you today is the testimony of Sonia Zeiger. Sonia was born in 1906 in Zborów, which was mentioned by Hannah, yeah. A town located approximately 34 kilometers northwest of Tarnopol, now in Ukraine, and during the period of the Second Polish Republic within the Tarnopol voivodeship. Sonia chose to remain in Zborów, or perhaps more accurately, she remained deeply connected to it even after establishing an independent life. In any case, together with her husband Itzhak and their two sons, Munio and Milek, born in 1931 and 1935 respectively, she lived there both before the war and after its outbreak. Hidden in a specially prepared shelter on the property of a pre-war neighbor, she survived the German occupation together with her immediate family and two other individuals until its end. Sonia's account is organized chronologically and covers the period of German occupation from the arrival of German forces in Zborów in early July 1941 until the liberation of the area from German rule by the Red Army in July 1944. Sonia describes the first persecution of Jews and the mass murders carried out by the Germans immediately after the occupation of the town, followed by subsequent anti-Jewish measures imposed by the occupiers, that is forced labor, the establishment of a ghetto, shootings, and finally the organized killings conducted through so-called actions, and the deportation to the extermination camp at Bełżec carried out as part of them. She also speaks about the participation of local inhabitants, Ukrainians and non-Jewish Poles in the Holocaust. The greater part of Sonia's testimony, however, is devoted to her account of the repeatedly renewed effort to save herself, her children, and her husband, and to the actions she undertook in response to the behavior of those around her. She recounts moving to a nearby locality upon hearing that the Zborów ghetto was to be sealed off, fleeing deportations, seeking help from pre-war non-Jewish neighbors, both acquaintances and strangers, and evading Germans, Ukrainians, and ethnic Poles who were searching for the Zeiger family. A recurring theme throughout the testimony is the assistance crucial to the family's survival, provided by a fellow resident of Zborów, Antoni Suchiński. Apart from Sonia's brother-in-law, Liebling, who according to her account was murdered by, I quote, Polish neighbors, Suchiński is the only individual whom Sonia identifies by name and or surname. His first name alone appears more than 20 times in her testimony, whereas her brother-in-law is mentioned only once. Everyone else, including her closer relatives, is referred to through objectifying terms that indicate the nature of her relationship to them, but not its emotional depth. She says husband, but not my husband, children or the older boy, but not my children, my sons or my older son. The social world is described in collective categories: Poles, Germans, Ukrainians, neighbors, peasants. As the title Hideouts, Assistance from Poles suggests, the central figure of Sonia's wartime recollection is Antoni Suchiński, Antoś, as she most often calls him. I quote, "The very poor man, an eccentric, a fortune teller who read cards and practiced palmistry, a very decent person who refused to accept anything from us and saved us selflessly." End of quote. It was he who, when the Zeiger family, I quote again, found themselves in a tragic situation, took them in. He first settled them in a small storage room, carried away their bucket of human waste, supplied them with food, misled those pursuing them, continuously attended to their daily needs, watched over their safety, and protected their hiding place in various ways. Later, after the hideout had been discovered, he shared his clothing with them and, for as long as he could, assisted and accompanied Sonia, her husband, and their children in their flight. A few days later, when they returned to his farmstead, he took them in once again, this time into a shelter that he meanwhile been prepared elsewhere. In keeping with the title, Sonia also describes the hiding places themselves. First, a small cellar beneath Antos's room with a hole in the ceiling concealed by a crack filled with earth through which those in hiding communicated with Suchiński. Later, a shelter dug beneath a barn and lacking ventilation, as well as she describes the conditions of concealment: hunger, thirst, and constant fear. Sonia's narrative is characterized by precision and attention to detail, carefully, meticulously, and with what at times appears to be at and almost relentless logic. She reconstructs both her own experiences and events that she likely knew only through the accounts of others. She employs numbers of those killed, those hidden, bullets fired, various measures of safety calculated in terms of the dimensions of hiding place or of valuables such as bracelets and watches paid in exchange for survivals, and locates events spatially, often by specifying distances from the hideout itself. At the same time, the story she tells is saturated with emotion, both her own and those she perceived in others or expected them to feel. Some of these emotions she names explicitly: terror, despair, fear, while others remain powerfully present beneath the surface of her words. From Sonia's testimony, we learn nothing about the life of Zeiger's family before 1939, nor about their subsequent fate after emerging from hiding. Sonia Zeiger gave her testimony in Krakow. The account itself is undated. However, it could not have been recorded before July 1945. It was then that Róża Bauminger began working in the Krakow branch of the Central Jewish Historical Commission. Bauminger interviewed Sonia and prepared a transcript of her testimony for the commission. It is known that after the war, the Zeiger family spent some time in Krakow, although the precise dates remain unclear. Indeed, it's not known exactly when they left Zborów and arrived in post-war Poland within its new borders. Information provided by Munich Zeiger in an interview conducted for the Shoah Foundation in 2024, almost 80 years after the events he described, suggests that after emerging from hiding, the entire family, or at least he and his younger brother, spent the following 6 months in the makeshift hospital established by Soviets in Zborów. Shortly after leaving the hospital, the Zeigers departed their hometown, most likely as part of one of the early transports organized under the repatriation agreement concluded in September 1944 between the Polish Committee of National Liberation and government of the Ukrainian SSR. If they arrived directly in newly liberated Krakow, this was probably in the first half of 1945, as trains carrying repatriates were frequently directed there during the initial months of the repatriation campaign. According to Munich's later recollections, the family remained in Krakow for approximately a year and a half. Documents I located in the archives of the Jewish Historical Institute indicate that in late November 1946, Munich and Milek Zeiger were registered with the Jewish Committee in Bielawa in Lower Silesia. It's unclear why they were there or how long they stayed. It is possible, however, that the Zeigers, like thousands of other Polish Jewish Holocaust survivors, decided either after the Kielce pogrom of July 1946 or perhaps even earlier to leave Poland through its southern border, following routes that passed through Kudowa or Kłodzko. The family ultimately left Poland in 1947 and, if Munich Zeiger's recollection is accurate, reached the United States in 1950 after spending approximately 3 years in displaced person camps located in Bavaria within the American occupation zone. They settled permanently in the United States. The author of the written record of Sonia Zeiger's testimony, Róża Bauminger, was born in Krakow nearly a decade before Sonia. During the 1920s, she studied in the Faculty of Philosophy of the Jagiellonian University. Before 1939, her professional life was centered on teaching in secondary schools. Immediately before the outbreak of the war, Bauminger was working in Vilnius. In mid-August 1939, she came to Krakow to visit her family and remained there, sharing the fate of Krakow's Jewish population under German occupation. She survived until liberation in April 1945 in a Hasak satellite camp near Leipzig and returned to Krakow shortly thereafter. None of her immediate family survived the Holocaust. Bauminger worked for more than 3 years in the provincial branch of the Central Jewish Historical Commission in Krakow, and after the commission was transferred into the Jewish Historical Institute in the Krakow branch of the institute established on its foundation. From the outset, collecting testimonies from survivors and non-Jewish witnesses of the Holocaust constituted her primary responsibility, and she pursued this task tirelessly. Nearly 250 interviews authored by her, and in a few cases co-authored, have survived in the record group 301 of the archives of the Jewish Historical Institute. Only Klara Mirska, who will be discussed later, collected a comparable, though still smaller, number of testimonies, approximately 230. Bauminger was a highly skilled recorder of testimonies. She met and interviewed people who differed from one another in many respects, often significantly. Women and men, individuals of different ages, including children, survivors who had lived on so-called Aryan side, former partisans, and former camp prisoners, pre-war residents of Krakow and inhabitants of other parts of Poland, Jewish and non-Jewish Poles, highly educated individuals, as well as those whose formal education had ended early, people from a wide range of professions and social positions. In conducting interviews and subsequently transcribing them, she drew, so far as circumstances allowed, on the recommendations contained in 3 sets of guidelines prepared by the Commission's researchers and published in the second half of 1945. The instruction for collecting historical materials, ethnographic materials, and accounts of children's experiences during the German occupation. She must have been familiar with these guidelines, as the Commission's leadership distributed them widely among local branches, and in Krakow, considerable attention was devoted to the issue of collecting testimonies. This is what Judith said at the opening lecture. As a result, Bauminger most likely prepared her protocols on the basis of notes taken during interviews and later revised them into continuous first-person narratives. In mid-November 1945, the staff of the Krakow branch agreed that, I quote, interviews should be maintained in narrative form rather than as points and abbreviation, which often lead to misunderstanding. Unfortunately, I have not yet located any Bauminger's working notes. At the top of the opening page of each protocol, Bauminger included information concerning the circumstances of the interview, when, where, with whom, and by whom it had been conducted. Unfortunately, again, the overwhelming majority of her interviews, including the one with Sonia Zeiger, were simply not dated. Likewise, she usually recorded personal information about witness only selectively. Below this heading, she consistently added a brief information of the interview's principal theme. Bauminger, as you can see, wrote her protocols in evenly spaced lines, densely filling each page with text. At times, she made corrections while writing, crossing out one word and replacing it with another that, in her view, more accurately conveyed the witness's meaning. Later, she reread completed a section or sometimes the entire transcript and supplemented them, occasionally in pencil or in a different color of ink, adding surnames, dates, omitted words, and so on. In general, however, she did not revise extensively. Her style was concise. 80% of her protocols are fewer than 10 manuscript pages in length, and the vast majority occupy fewer than 5 pages. Once completed, Bauminger generally presented the transcript to the witness for authorization. All of the testimonies transcripts prepared by Róża Bauminger were written in Polish. Among them, however, the record of Sonia Zeiger's testimony occupies a special place. Bauminger's appended to it the note testifying in Yiddish, zeznaje po żydowsku. This brief remark appears between Sonia's personal details and the title assigned to her testimony. It is easy to overlook, or perhaps simply to underestimate its significance. Yet, as I will seek to demonstrate in the final part of this presentation, this notation fundamentally shapes our reading not only of Sonia's testimony, but also of other interviews collected by Bauminger. Indirectly, it also provides important insight into the nature of testimony as a historical source, and consequently into both the possibilities and the limitation of its use. The reflections developed here are best begun with a question concerning the possible reason why Róża Bauminger chose to record Sonia Zeiger's word in Polish rather than in Yiddish, the language in which they most likely conducted the interview. Yiddish was probably, perhaps alongside Polish, the language spoken in Bauminger's family's home. We know, at any rate, that for the purpose of 1921 census of the city of Krakow, her father declared 2 native languages, Polish and jargon, the contemporary administrative designation for Yiddish. Bauminger herself, although she knew Polish well enough to undertake university studies in that language, identified Jewish as her mother tongue during the early years of her study. It's possible that in Bauminger's case, ease of oral communication simply did not translate into equal fluency in writing. Yet, even if this were so, she could still have recorded an Yiddish text phonetically using the Latin alphabet. At the time, this was a fairly common practice. Lacking access to the typewriter with Hebrew characters, the historian Szymon Datner, a close collaborator of the Historical Commission, wrote the first chapters of Hurbun Białystok in Latin transliteration. For the same reason, in the immediate post-war period, survivors in displaced person camps published Yiddish newspapers printed in the Latin alphabet. If Bauminger nevertheless chose not to adopt such a solution, it was probably because she did not consider the form of the testimony, and especially its language, to be of particular significance either to the function she ascribed to the testimony or to her own role as the person recording it. In her understanding, a testimony was meant above all to provide knowledge about facts understood as concrete events. Language served merely as the medium through which those facts were communicated. It was not in itself regarded as a source of knowledge. If this was indeed the case, it's entirely possible that Sonia Zeiger's account was not the only testimony that Bauminger recorded in transliteration. The difference is that she did not document similar cases elsewhere. This possibility becomes all the more plausible when one considers that Bauminger was not especially meticulous in recording contextual information about the testimonies she collected. It appears even more likely in light of the sheer number of interviews she conducted. Statistically speaking, it seems improbable that among the approximately 250 individuals she interviewed, only one wished to give testimony in Yiddish. By way of comparison, nearly half of the approximately 230 testimony transcripts collected by Klara Mirska were recorded in Yiddish. The care with which she sought to preserve the language of the interview in her transcripts demonstrates an approach to collecting survivors' testimonies and an understanding of her own role as a recorder that differed fundamentally from Bauminger's. One indication of this is the fact that whenever witness quoted speech in a language other than the one in which the interview itself was conducted, Mirska recorded those utterances not only in transliteration, but also in their original form. Thus, Bauminger's approach then undermined the credibility of the testimonies she collected. If it would seem not, or at least not necessarily. Does a translated testimony, particularly one produced as a rapid and approximate working translation, still remain a testimony? I would argue that it does. Yet one question remains: who is its author, and to what extent? Post-war testimonies, after all, are not merely survivors' accounts, but also products of the documentary practices of those who listened to, translated, and recorded them. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for telling us the story of Sonia and her family, and also about the work of Róża. I forgot to read the title of Eva's presentation, but you've probably seen that she spoke about the voices of the testimonies, some doubts and interesting aspects connected with this. And now I'd like to present the last panelist for the session, Louisa Nader, art historian and professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw. Her research is focused primarily on the 20th century and contemporary art, with special focus on artworks and artifacts from the Holocaust. Also feminist stories, memory discourse, stories of affect and trauma, and many more, as she shared with her bios with us. And currently, Louisa is working on visual testimonies from the Holocaust, on the subject positions on the witnesses and the observers. And today, she will present, well, the title is a bit different, but she will tell about Gela Zechstein and the materials from the Ringelblum archive, it's for sure. So please, Louisa, the floor is yours. And please keep the time, because we have...
I'm not going to keep the time. It's impossible. Yeah. It's 25 minutes. I have to warn you. So,
yeah.
Yes. Well, I had to change the title because I have only 25 minutes and I cut half of my.
Okay, so let's agree on 25.
Okay, I'm trying to be quick. But first of all, I would like to express my enormous gratitude to Działu Sztuki, Marta Kapełuś, Zuzanna Benesz, Michał Krasicki, and to my enormous thanks to Agnieszka Reszka, without whom this work would be impossible.
Today.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, this is like, wow. Okay, so the title of my talk is Existential Visual Testimony, Gela Zechstein Collection of Works from the Ringelblum Archive. Thanks to the efforts of scholars such as Józef Zandel and Magdalena Tarnowska, to whom we owe the 4th volume of the Ringelblum Archive devoted to Gela Zechstein, the biography of artist and her intellectual milieu has been largely reconstructed. The general conservation status of her work is known, and basis historical information has been established regarding both the artist and some of her sitters. However, there has been an absence of detailed analysis pertaining to Zechstein practice, nor have we seen an in-depth interpretation that move beyond the observation that her art constitutes an important document of her cultural milieu and a testimony to the Jewish community destroyed by the Holocaust. In my presentation, I will propose reading Gela Zechstein works as a consciously selected and preserved collection in the Ringelblum archive, as an artist's curriculum vitae in the face of impending death, and as an existential visual testimony. Gela Zechstein was born in 1907 in Warsaw into a very poor family. She never received a regular academic education because she couldn't afford one. However, she obtained a 2-month scholarship from the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education, which enabled her to study briefly as an auditor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow in the studio of Wojciech Weiss in 1935-1936. She notes, "In March 1937, I returned to Warsaw, starving and working. I participated in various group exhibitions and prepared a solo exhibition entitled Portrait of a Jewish Child," end quote. In 1938, she married the intellectual, educator, and social activist Israel Lichtenstein. She also started working as a teacher at the Berborochow School at 68 Nowolipki Street, where she taught drawing and handicrafts. After the outbreak of the war in 1939, she stayed in Warsaw with her husband. When confined to the ghetto, like Israel Lichtenstein, she became involved in clandestine education conducted through children's kitchens. She worked as an educator, taught drawing, organized exhibitions of children's artwork, and prepared costumes for children's theatrical performances. In November 1940, she gave birth to her daughter, Margalit. Lichtenstein became one of the Emanuel Ringelblum's closest collaborators and helped create the Onek Shabbat archive. At the turn of July and August 1942, during the Grossaktion, the deportation of Jews from Warsaw Ghetto to the death camp at Treblinka, a selection of Zechstein works was packed together with other written and visual documents such as art reviews, photographs, and text by the artist and her husband into a metal box. All of these were hidden among the Onek Shabbat materials in the basement of the school at 68 Nowolipki Street by her husband. Gela Zechstein, Israel Lichtenstein, and their daughter, Margalit, were killed in unknown circumstances, most likely during the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in 1943. The metal box with Zechstein's legacy was recovered in 1946 alongside with other boxes constituting the first part of the Ringelblum archive. Beneath the Yiddish text, which translates, "What can I say or ask for such a moment" by Gela Zechstein, one of the texts that accompany her body of works, the date 1st of August 1942 appears. This crucial document is significant for dating the artist's works, understanding the specific circumstances of their selection, preparation, and placement in the metal box, and clarifying the purpose behind preserving Zechstein's oeuvre within the clandestine archive of the Warsaw Ghetto. The works were selected and hastily clipped by Zechstein at the very end of July 1942. The collection represents only a very small portion of the artist's output, specifically the part that could be fit inside a metal box. Among the selected works are charcoal and pencil drawings, as well as watercolor paintings of diverse subjects and uneven artistic quality, portraits, including the famous portraits of children, male and female nudes, genre scenes, animal studies, landscapes, still lifes, 2 interior views, and 1 single self-portrait. Because of the constraints imposed by the storage container, Zechstein trimmed not only the edges of many works, but in some cases, substantial portions of the compositions. As a result, the scale and framing of the images were altered, and crucial information typically found along the lower margins or on the reverse side, like signatures, titles, and dates, were often lost. Large format watercolors were trimmed and rolled into tubes. As mentioned above, some works no longer bear signatures or dates, although many still carry the artist's signature. Other contains two signatures, one in Polish, usually written in ink or pencil by Zechstein herself, and one additional in Yiddish, written in blue crayon, probably by the hand of Israel Lichtenstein. In the terrifying haste of the days and weeks of deportations to Treblinka, he appears to have assisted the artist in providing her works with the information necessary for their future identification. Many works also bear numbers on the reverse side, written in pencil and ranging from 1 to 316. Some include notes identifying the sitters, written in the same blue crayon and likely by the same hand, that of probably Lichtenstein. Presumably, Zechstein and Lichtenstein would have preferred to label all the works in both languages and record the identities of all depicted individuals, but the time was not on their side. The selection, trimming, signing, and packing of the works into the metal box took place under enormous pressure and in the conditions of extreme danger. The broader context, one marked by terror, crimes, roundups, and deportations in July and August 1942, is reflected in the documents left behind by Zechstein and Lichtenstein and hidden alongside the artistic legacy. I quote, "Standing on the border between life and death, convinced that I'm more likely to perish than survive, I wish to bid farewell to my friends and to my works," noted Zechstein in What Can I Say or Ask for Such a Moment. Lichtenstein noted, I quote, "I know that we shall not endure. It is impossible to survive and withstand such terrifying murders and crimes. Therefore, I'm writing here my testament," end quote. What is striking in Zechstein's text is the radical integration of biographical and artistic experience. In a liminal situation, she bids farewell to her friends, asks that her daughter Marguerite be remembered, and also entrusted her own memory and that of her artworks to the future. She explains that the purpose of hiding her works had been to preserve the memory of the pre-war cultural and historical universe, as well as the destruction of the Jewish community, so that Jewish life and culture might be rebuilt after the war. In the final paragraph, Zechstein addressed the living, the dead, and those who would come after the Holocaust, leaving behind a powerful anti-war, anti-violence warning directed toward the future. "Farewell, my colleagues and my friends. Farewell, Jewish people. Never again allow such destruction to occur." This brief statement, recorded in her husband's handwriting, operates on several levels simultaneously: biographical, artistic, existential, historical, and juridical. Written in anticipation of almost certain death, it functions as a testament, a historical document, an artistic curriculum vitae, a meditation on mortality, and an anti-war message addressed to future generations. Within the context of the artist's life and death, these themes are, I argue, equally decisive for interpreting Zechstein's visual legacy. I propose to regard the preserved collection of Zechstein's works as a specific curriculum vitae, a visual record of the existential experience of a woman, a Jew, and an artist, a reflection given in extremis on life. It is, in other words, a visual existential testimony from within the heart of the catastrophe. The collection, Zechstein's curriculum vitae, visually documents periods of artistic education, demonstrates professional training and experience, and in certain sense even indicates places of residence and activity: Warsaw, Krakow, Kazimierz Dolny, and the Warsaw Ghetto. It reveals an artist deeply interested in other people through portraiture, being attentive to their surrounding world through landscapes and genre scenes, and extraordinarily diligent and systematic in developing her skills through still lifes and through studies of the nude. It presents Zechstein's artistic growth, the expansion of her competencies, the breadth of her interests, and in the same time, a profound attentiveness and tenderness directed toward others. Only 15 works in the collection are dated 1932, 1934, and 1938. I regard these as crucial reference points. Through formal comparison, the remaining works can be tentatively dated in relation to these pieces. In this case, dating is not only a formal issue, but it also greatly influences the interpretation. So the first date, 1932. In the text accompanying the collection, written in 1942, Zechstein states that the works preserved in the metal box derive from the previous 10 years of her artistic activity. Consequently, one watercolor depicting a woman's head and bearing in Yiddish inscription "First Watercolor" on the reverse was likely produced around 1932. The date 1932 also appears on this watercolor, Portrait of a Boy, making it the earliest dated work in the collection. Date 1934 appears on the portrait of Berl Pomeranz, Michał Natysz, and on another portrait, I don't have it here. Date 1938 on the portrait of Mr. Taff, Mr. David Hershelewicz, portraits of girls, of a boy, of an interior, and on a landscape. And as I said, through formal comparison with these dated works, one may construct clusters of drawings and watercolors that feel like clouds, the 10-year horizon of Zechstein curriculum vitae extending between 1932 and 1942. And I will give you only two examples. One is positive and one is, let's say, negative. So the collection, which is like 311 works, contains 71 male and female nudes, none of which were signed or dated, nor do they contain identifying notes apart from the inventory numbers. I believe these works originate from the few months that Zechstein spent studying at the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow as an auditor in the studio of Wojciech Weiss. So they date to 1935, 1935. As you could have seen, the arrangement of the nude models and the production of both female and especially male nudes, this is extremely interesting, would have been virtually impossible for a woman artist, especially very poor woman artist, in the 1930s outside the institutional setting of an Academy of Fine Arts. Several still lifes, especially this one, are also typical of academic training. And I also think that this work, this landscape, was also produced during her 2-month stay in Krakow. So since this is a view of Dębniki Beach and Dębnicki Bridge, and this is a cityscape most popular in the 30s in the artistic milieu. It was portrayed by Zajdenbeutel brothers, Pronaszko, Leon Wyczółkowski, and many, many others. And it was also one of the most favorite views for fine arts students. So this is a very quick example how to date, that it is possible to date considering formal analysis Zechstein works. And now that, let's say, negative example, how not to date. So Magdalena Tarnowska identifies 43 works from the Holocaust period. This consists primarily of drawn portraits of children, artist self-portrait, and portraits of those closest to her, daughter Margolit, Israel Lichtenstein, and kids from the kids' kitchen. I would exclude at least, for sure, 3 watercolors, this, and this, since stylistically they correspond perfectly to the artist's pre-war production from 1938. And there's also no hint of information that they could have been produced after 1939. The remaining works require a thorough reassessment of their dating. There's no direct evidence, neither dates nor annotations left by the artist or her husband indicating that these works were created during the Holocaust. Zechstein and Lichtenstein left some hints of either visual or in written materials, considering both the dating and the possible constructions of knowledge considering the works. I'm not saying that the Zechstein collection contains no works from the Holocaust. I'm far from it. I'm just merely stating that the dating of these works is not a minor formal issue, as it affects interpretation and requires really thorough analysis and deep correction. Okay. It was through art that Gela Zechstein gradually acquired agency and resilience. Through her predominantly portrait-based practice, she entered into intense and meaningful relationships with other people from diverse social backgrounds, including vulnerable subjects such as children. Finally, I interpret the preparation and concealment of a part of her artistic legacy as a confrontation with an extreme situation, a preparation for death, and a conscious effort to preserve cultural and collective Jewish memory, but also the memory of the life of an individual, a woman, a Jew, and an artist. Zechstein images, although the overwhelming majority were created before 1939 and may therefore seem in some sense anachronistic in relation to the Holocaust, nevertheless share everything with it. The abyss of the Holocaust functions as a black screen upon which images affirming life are projected in all its dimensions: human, animal, and natural life, life experienced in joy and melancholy, bodily and intellectual life alike. Zechstein's artistic legacy invites comparison with that of Charlotte Salomon. I'm not sure if I'm able to do it. I was about to show you the site with Charlotte Salomon. Zechstein's artistic legacy invites comparison with that of Charlotte Salomon. I hope that most of you know Charlotte Salomon, a very well-known, at the moment, artist who produced her art between 1940 and 1942 in the southern France while hiding. Although at first glance the two bodies of works seem fundamentally different. Zechstein's works lack an explicit narrative structure, having been produced outside modernist and avant-garde paradigms. They are not accompanied by extensive commentaries, and they do not directly depict anxiety, violence, death, or persecution. And yet, both projects share a fundamental premise: the complete fusion of life and art, the expression of a developing subjectivity through a substantial artistic corpus, and the proximity of death and total erasure, not only of the self and one's loved ones, but also of entire Jewish communities, Jewish culture, history, art history, and both material and immaterial heritage. Both bodies of work were created under extreme circumstances, in the Warsaw Ghetto in the case of Zechstein, and in hiding in southern France in the case of Salomon. Both collections, and indeed an act of preserving them, may be understood, following Holocaust scholar Federica Clementi, as an artistic challenge to the impending catastrophe. I will show you the works of Charlotte Salomon at the very end. The collection of works that Gela Zechstein placed in metal box at the end of July and beginning of August 1942, her curriculum vitae, constitutes also what I propose to call an existential visual testimony, a statement concerning the path towards self-determination, the creation of one's life story through art, personal choices and struggles, and ethical relations with others. This existential visual testimony is the account of a witness who was ultimately destroyed by the Holocaust. It bears witness to the entirety of her life, biographical experience, and artistic and intellectual development from within an extreme liminal situation. Created in the face of imminent violent death, it simultaneously looks to the future as an expression of resilience, resistance, hope, and life. Thank you. And just quickly, if you don't know Charlotte Salomon's work, just look at the Jewish Museum in Amsterdam site. There's a wonderful site, and you can see more than 700 works by Salomon, which goes like that. They are very narrative. They look like a comic book a little bit, and they are accompanied by music, because she had this idea of a kind of narrative, almost filmic artwork. And I think the core of this body of work and the core of Gela Zechstein body of work is the same, existential visual testimony.
Thank you very much, Luisa, for closing us to Gela's testimony. Thank you for showing us her works, watercolors and sketches and all the paintings. Thank you also for this new comparison context. I know that we can smell the lunch, but please let me steal a couple minutes from your break to ask a few questions, because I'm sure you have some.
Thank you so much for these two wonderful papers. I have a question about the first-person voice in the protocols. I found that so interesting. Was this in the guidelines? Was this something that was supposed to be achieved? And you raised the question of authorship. To what extent this process of reformulating also changed the content? It is noticeable when you go through the different testimonies from Zich that they have very different style in terms of language, in terms of kind of level of education that also shows there. So some of the protocols are very rough and simple, and some of them are more elevated, slightly literary. Perhaps maybe there is like more interpretation that is going in them as well. I would like to know whether there's a way of tracing how much this process of reformulation was also a process of changing the testimonies, where some areas of the experience possibly omitted. Was there a degree of censorship? Is there any way of knowing? Because you said that the notes are in this case not there. Is there any other way of knowing? And I also have a very short question about Gela Zechstein. I was wondering, because you said, Luisa, that you have these doubts about the dating of some of the drawings that were interpreted as being kind of from the ghetto, and you said that they're pre-war. I was wondering, was it also related to the fact that it was just much more difficult for her to work in the ghetto conditions, and just her as an artist, her kind of production volume was, right? Do we know anything about her life in the ghetto?
It's a follow-up question for Eva, and I wanted to thank you for this work, because we really need this kind of work on the one who collected testimonies. It's so important. I wanted to know if you had done some works on other women who collected testimonies, and if you if you have now the possibility to compare, I mean, different styles in collecting, because there are other names, and usually we don't, I mean, I don't know, we don't know a lot about this woman who collected testimonies, but you have clues about other ones. And I wanted to know also something about children testimonies, that did they, in which way they made it like childish or not? I mean, do you have any insights about this question of, I mean, I know that there were some instructions. I mean, I read them, but in fact, it did not. It was not that easy to make it childish. So sometimes it's a little bit strange when you read these children testimonies, because they speak like adults. So it may be an effect of the war, because but that's my question.
Thank you so much for all the brilliant presentations. I have two questions regarding Gela Zechstein. My first question, if I understood correctly, she was never a formal student of Wojciech Weiss, but is it possible that some of her sketches were preserved in the Academy Archive? And second question, you mentioned that she, in the text, in the textual part of the preserved testimony, she mentioned that she had prepared an exhibit of these children's works. Did this exhibition actually take place? And no, it didn't. So there is no possibility of a catalog that would at least have the names of works or anything like that.
Actually, the questions I wanted to ask from was just a precision that do we know anything about her life in the ghetto? But I also would like to know if you have ever checked if there is any testimonies where she appears or the family appear, or can you locate where she was in the ghetto? So can you can you find hard facts about her life in the ghetto? And to Eva, I'm just wondering if there were any audio recordings in not in this collection, but in this immediate post-war context.
Thank you for now, Eva. Luisa, please, who wants to?
Okay, thank you for all the questions. I will try to be short, and I start with telling that this is a part of my bigger project concerning the early testimonies collectors. So I try to say in general to that question. We can talk later in more detail. As far as the narration is concerned, yes, the guideline said that it should be in a first person, and they insisted that it should be several times. You can find those indications in the Jewish Historical Commission's correspondence, for example, and it's literally written in the published guidelines. And then the next question is much more complicated to answer shortly. I mean, so far I haven't found any first notes taken by the recorder of the testimony, but we in the archive possess the handwritten transcripts and the manuscripts, typewritten manuscripts. The recorders were suggested to typewritten the handwritten version, and they differ. what I did so far, we did it during publishing. We did it usually during publishing our books. I am indicated Lena Bergman, who is on the audience. She is the member of the editorial committee. We compare the version of testimonies of the texts and try to discover which one was the first one. And what we did, I would say meticulously, we try to trace changes made by Klara Mirska in the testimony of Leib Zilberberg, which was then published in Yiddish by the Jewish Historical Commission, and it was republished by this in this editorial series. And we also did it for the testimony given by for example Janina Hescheles, which we did parallelly with Judith while editing. And what is surprising is that although they claim and they seemed to be very conscious, methodologically conscious, that it should be printed exactly what was said, what was written. There are so many changes while comparing to the original version. And there are some changes which are systematic in character, and some which are not, or needs to be interpreted, which are a kind of editorial changes, although there are they also mean something. They carry meaning. Yes, there are a kind of censorship, especially when the transcript was to be published, or this is the case, for example, of the Klara Mirska, written by the Klara Mirska testimony of Leib Zilberberg, and usually in this case it was like that she changed, censored, we can say, all things which could testify against Polish majority behavior, although she left so many evidence that that it was in a way useless. I mean, I don't understand this very logic, because it was obvious that Paul's way and reading these texts, but she changed, and in a way she changed a bit some small details when it dealt with Jewish behavior, and I would say it was a quite common practice when the source, the testimony, was to be published, and yes, so what I want to say, it is still testimony, but we should contextualize it much more better than we initially thought we should. We can go more in depth during the break. As far as your, Judith, question. Yes, as far as Jewish Historical Commission interviewers are concerned, there are about 150 names of them, and half of them were women and half of them were men, which was not so obvious. Although those who conducted the majority of testimonies were women. And and yes, we traced that more meticulously testimonies written by Klara Mirska and then by Róża Bauminger. It's not by accident, although I talked about them. While reading these testimonies, there is such an immense there is a kind of reading them as if they were something so precious that the question, the starting to question them is a kind of a long process. So it's going like that. As far as children's testimonies are concerned, I would say this was the first sign for me that something goes wrong, because children do not speak such a language. They couldn't. I mean, one or two, but not all of them. It meant for me that these are not their words. Of course, as far as audio collection, there's a border collection, the first one, which was recorded in the 6th or 7th session in 1946 and 7, I think. So among the Holocaust survivor, and this is available online. Thank you.
Okay, so I have to say a few words about two books. First one is Fundamental, and this is the book of Magdalena Tarnowska, and this is a giant of whose arms I'm standing, yes? And she did amazing biographical research, yes? So all the questions you're asking, you can find answers here. So they are some other testimonies where you can find a quick note about Gela Zechstein, but it's a scarcity of the sources considering the Warsaw Ghetto. So this is one thing. So my aim was not to, look for more and more biographical information, but to find, a way to interpret this body of work, because there was a lack of interpretations. And another book, very interesting one, is a biography by Gela Zechstein, on Gela Zechstein, by Monika Libicka. And this is the person who found out, it was not me, I have to stress it, who found out that in the archive of Art Academy, Fine Arts Academy in Krakow, there is a note stating that Gela Zechstein was a student of Wojciech Weiss for 2 months. If there are any sketches of her, I doubt. I don't think so. But you never know. So let's keep searching. What else I want to say? I don't remember. Yes, I just wanted to stress the fact that considering the artist, I would say, factual, let's say, interpretation of documents is never enough. Yes, so we can interpret Gela Zechstein's body of work as a document of, someone's face, emotional life, etc., etc. We can identify the sitter, etc. But I think there's something more in this body of work. And I think it deserves a very close reading and not one interpretation, thousands of interpretations.
Thank you. I'm afraid we don't have much time, more time for questions. But Eva and Luisa will be there in the afternoon. And if it comes to Hannah, if anyone has question, please let me know and I will pass her the question. So Hannah, thank you for being with us. I'm sorry that we couldn't make it your stay here, but it was very nice to hear you. So thank you again, Hannah, Luisa, and Eva.
Okay, everyone, I think we're just going to get started. So good afternoon and welcome to the final panel of what's been a fantastic conference so far. I hope you agree. I'm sure you agree. My name's Ian Rich. I'm from the Wiener Holocaust Library in London. And this is the final panel, panel 7 on local histories. Our first speaker, Greta Barak, is Senior Archivist at the Ghetto Fighters House Archives. She holds MAs in Jewish Studies and Israel Studies and a diploma in Archival and Information Science from Tel Aviv. She has overseen the digitization of several Ghetto Fighters collections, house collections, dealing with children's testimonies and post-war rehabilitation. Her research interests focus on Romanian Jewry during and after the Holocaust. In 2023 to 24, she co-directed the Ghetto Fighters House Talking Memory virtual lecture series titled Romanian Jewry During the Holocaust, Filling the Gaps. Thank you, Greta.
Hi, hello. Thank you everyone for having me here, and really thank you for all the wonderful presentations we heard during these 2 days. I'm going to start my clock now. So, several initiatives to document the experiences of child Holocaust survivors emerged in the aftermath of the Second World War, and early collections of children testimonies have already become the focus of research. Notable examples, we already heard about the Jewish Historical Commission initiative, but I also want to mention the Dr. Helena Vrogel-Kagan collection from the Bergen-Belsen DP camp, and the Benjamin Tenenbaum Tene collection of testimonies from Poland and Germany. Actually, significant parts of the Kagan and Tenenbaum collections are held in the Ghetto Fighters House archives. It appears, though, that a set of early testimonies of child survivors stored in the archives has escaped until lately the focus of scholarship, even if the collection is completely digitized and available in the online catalog. And this is the Herr Segal collection that I'm going to talk about today. It includes 85 handwritten children accounts documenting the children's experiences in the ghettos and camps of Transnistria between 1941 and 1944. Mostly written in Yiddish, these testimonies were collected in 1946 and 1947 in Romania at the initiative of Herr Segal. During my presentation today, I'm going to give backgrounds. I'm going to talk about the backgrounds of this collection, about the motivations of the collectors. I will try to give a short overview of the testimonies, but also I want to mention some information concerning custodial history and how this collection got to the Ghetto Fighters House. Okay. So, who was Herr Segal? Herr Segal was born in 1905 in Galicia. After the First World War, he moved with his family to Czernowitz, which was part of Bukovina, which between the 2 world wars was part of Romania. He actually studied mathematics and physics at Czernowitz University, graduating in the beginning of the 30s. And he also worked in Czernowitz afterwards as a mathematics teacher for different schools. But you need to know that alongside his career as a teacher, Segal took an active role in the Jewish intellectual milieu of Czernowitz before the war. He delivered lectures on on Jewish literature, history, and philosophy, and contributed to the field of Yiddish literature by editing and publishing works of contemporary Yiddish poets. There is actually limited information concerning Segal, as he did not give a testimony and did not write his memoirs. And most of the information that I was able to scrap about him is from wartime spread records, a really, really short biography written in his memory after his death, and also from the testimony of his nephew, which is kept by the Shoah Foundation. You need to know that Segal was not deported to Transnistria. He managed to remain in Czernowitz. He was actually conscripted for forced labor and appears on a list of Jewish skilled workers used by the Romanian Orthodox Religious Fund Bukovina in October 1942. After the Soviets liberated Czernowitz in spring of 1944, Segal returned to work at the secondary Yiddish school in Chernovitz. He stayed there until 1946, when he moved to Bacău, Romania, where he was a mathematics teacher until he immigrated to Israel in the 60s. I'm sorry. Now you need to know that Herr Segal was among the many Bukovinian Jews Holocaust survivors who, after liberation, had to confront a divided Bukovina. The northern part, including Chernovitz, became part of Soviet Union, while the southern part remained under Romanian administration. The hardship of post-war life in Chernovitz, the grim memories of the Soviet rule between 1940 and 1941, actually led many Bukovinian Jews, including Segal, to seek life outside of Soviet rule. In many cases, Northern Bukovina survivors became refugees in Romania, their own country, seeking shelters in part of Romania where they had no previous homes to return to. While repatriated to Bacău, Segal began a Holocaust documentation project of his own. This project was consistent with his pre-war cultural activities. Segal joining a group of Yiddish supporters who repatriated to that area and who were attempting at the time to promote literature in this language. What Segal did is that he encouraged children Holocaust survivors from the Jewish orphanage in Bacău in 1946 to write down accounts of their wartime experiences alongside songs they remember singing or hearing in Transnistria. He later recalled that although the children sang these songs for him, he lacked the means at the time to document the melodies. You also need to know that he actually expanded his project by contacting the Jewish school in Gura Humorului, which was part of southern Bukovina, Romania, and with the assistance of local educators, among them Rachel Hasenfratz, he collected testimonies from Jewish children who had returned from Transnistria and who were enrolled at the school in 1947. While Hasenfratz was not the initiator of the project, actually her role as a teacher and a caregiver at the Gura Humorului school significantly influenced the documentation methods in which these testimonies were collected. Hasenfratz was born in 1901 in Gura Humorului. She came from a traditional Jewish family. She was permitted to go for a higher education due to a physical disability. She was fluent in several languages, and she earned a living by providing private lessons. In October 1941, she was deported to Mogilev-Podolsky ghetto in Transnistria, and there she worked for a time as a teacher in one of the Jewish orphanages. Similar to Segal, she did not give her testimony and did not write her memoir. Luckily, I was able to find that she submitted some extracts of snapshots from her time in Mogilev to the Gura Humorului Memorial Book. So in one of these fragments, she actually described a situation of the orphanage. And I'm going to quote her. Due to the harsh conditions, studies were not serious. I would tell them about the history of the Jews and the history of Romania. I taught them a little arithmetics and Hebrew. Books and notebooks were non-existent. I remember that one day they washed the children's clothes, and thus the children lay naked in their beds. And I sat by them and taught them. After liberation, Hasenfratz returned to Gura Humorului, and she returned being a teacher. She was also part of the Zionist movement circles, which were advancing the rehabilitation of children towards immigration to mandatory Palestine. Now, going back to the collection, you need to know that no administrative archive of the documentary initiative was kept, besides one single letter, which you can see it on the screen. In May 1947, Hasenfratz wrote to Segal that the director of the school in Gura Humorului assigned the teachers in Segal's name to give the children a task, to write down their experiences in Transnistria. Despite the children being busy with writing final papers, Hasenfratz mentioned that almost all pupils fulfilled their duty and had written their accounts. She sent the testimonies to Segal without corrections to preserve their authenticity, adding, and I'm quoting her, "Of course there are many errors in them. but we see it as an achievement that they could even sit down and write. Most of them didn't even know the alphabet a few months ago. Hasenfratz actually ends her letter with the following words: "Warm greetings from someone who greatly appreciates any endeavor which expands the treasure of our beautiful literature," meaning Yiddish literature. A few conclusions about this part. We can see that the testimonies were gathered by experienced educators, both Holocaust survivors from Bukovina. They had to deal with their own trauma and to cope with the loss of their families and the destruction of their community during the war, but they also had to cope with the aftermath situation and the division of Bukovina. I also want to say that both Segal and Hasenfratz saw testimony writing as part of the rehabilitation of child survivors in the post-war period, and actually this approach aligns with other documented cases of survivor caregivers in post-war Europe, where, as Dr. Boaz Cohen stated, working with the children entitled "Listening to Them Describe What They Had Gone Through." I'm sorry, is there a way for me? It just doesn't work. Here. Okay, thank you. While the collection doesn't include written guidance of gathering the children's testimonies, the format of the task can be reconstructed since some of the children had written down parts of the instructions they had received. And this is clear in the case of testimonies gathering Gura Humorulu. You can actually see on the right, and on the left you have a testimony gather in Bakou. The children were asked to write down their name, place, and date of birth, and afterwards they were urged to write a composition titled "The Most Important Experience in Recent Years, the Most Terrible and the Most Beautiful One." The accounts had to refer to several aspects. Of course, they had to include memories from Transnistria, the experience of the occupation and the deportation to Transnistria. Also, the orphans had to write how their parents were killed or died, but also to write down songs that they heard during their time in Transnistria. On the right side, you can see part of Ita's testimony, and actually I want to give you some details because she describes the deportation, and afterwards she goes on to describe the death of her father, and she even mentions his last words, which according to her testimony is, "What would my children going to do?" And afterwards, she writes, "If I wanted to describe his death, I could write a novel in several volumes." And then she stops her testimony and she writes down a song that she heard in Transnistria. And I'm going to read to you a few words of the song. "Orphans walking, driven by hunger, begging at doors for a piece of bread. The people who angrily close their eyes do not want to know the length of their misery." It actually seems that the song helped her convey what she was not able to write down. I also want to make a last comment about the structure and the format, because I think it reminds us of the EVO autobiographical essay competitions in the 30s, in which Jewish youth were invited to submit autobiographies describing their lives and communities. And given Segal's interest in Yiddish literature and scholarship, this model must have been familiar to him. It also appears actually that Segal was not the only one who could have used this model, as also in the case of the Benjamin Tenenbaum collection might also have been the case. The next, yeah, no, the other side. Okay. So as I already mentioned, the collection includes 85 children accounts, ranging from 1 page to 4 pages. 40 of the testimonies were written by girls. Some accounts consist of testimonies, others of songs, and others of both. It is actually difficult to provide an exact quantitative picture of the entire collection, since not all the children mentioned the place and date of birth, nor they included the names of the camps and ghettos in Transnistria to which they were deported. Nevertheless, from the metadata, I was able to see that most of the children were born between 1930 and 1937, with one exception. 61 of them were from southern Bukovina and 10 were from northern Bukovina. And actually there is also a small number of children that were from other areas. They mentioned different ghettos and camps in Transnistria, and Segal regarded these testimonies in the beginning of the 80s as primary materials for creating a map and a chronicle of the ghettos and camps in Transnistria. On the other side, you have a diagram of where the children gave their testimony in relation to where they were from. And 33 testimonies were actually collected in Gura Humorului, just 5 in Bacău, and more than over 40, we actually are not sure in which of the two, but I think we can kind of guess according to their structure. The next slide. So I also wanted to tell you that the collection has a story of its own. At the end of the 50s, Segal started thinking to immigrate to Israel, and he wanted to smuggle the testimonies out of communist Romania. And for this, he came up with a plan. He gave the documents to a friend, the Yiddish poet Naftole Herz-Kohn, and the plan was for Kohn to take the collection to Poland and send it to Israel. But the plan failed because when Kohn got to Poland, he was actually arrested by the secret police, and the testimonies were not shipped. And in 1962, Segal immigrated to Israel without the materials, and he actually received them just years later after Kohn also succeeded to immigrate. In the beginning of the 80s, Herr Segal decides to publish the materials, really not long after he receives them. And for the first booklet, he chose 9 testimonies. He called the collection "Children Testify About Transnistria, Answers to a Survey Conducted in Romania in 1946 and 1947. And he cataloged it as research materials of the Holocaust in Romania. You need to know that he transcribed the handwritten testimonies, but he also included facsimiles of the testimonies to preserve their authenticity, which is actually really correlates with Hasenfrat's letter from 1947. Now, when the first booklet was ready for printing, Segal suddenly died. So that happened in 1982, and actually his brother was the one that printed the collection. And the brother also succeeded to print a second collection 2 years afterwards. And at that time, the original materials were already donated to the Ghetto Fighters' House. The last slide. So what were the circumstances of this acquisition? On May 1983, the Organization of Survivors of Transnistria Camp in Israel, in cooperation with the Ghetto Fighters' House, held a conference on child survivors. Moshe Tau, the conference chairman, opened the event by reflecting on the experiences of children during the deportation and emphasized the survivors' responsibility to commemorate those who did not survive. Actually, Tau's words reflected the commemorative mandate of the Ghetto Fighters' House, which has upheld this mission since its founding. Established in April 1949 alongside Kibbutz Lochamei HaGetaot by Holocaust survivors from Poland and Lithuania, the institution has functioned as an active site of memory that sought intermittently to shape not only the past, but also the present and the future. Zvi Schnell, one of the founders and the director of the Ghetto Fighters' House at the time, you can see him standing in the photograph in the middle, reinforced Tau's speech, and he addressed the Holocaust survivors that were in the public and actually urged them to provide written testimonies and to deposit, and I'm quoting him, every photograph, every document, every artifact, every letter, and every printed item from this period found in their possession to a public archive for preservation and research. In fact, what Schnell did was actually a renewal of the first general call to donate materials published by the Ghetto Fighters House already in November 1951. His words are also echoing the broader mandate of the archive to document the Jewish world destroyed during the Holocaust by collecting documentation concerning the Jews' life and struggles before, during, and in the aftermath of the war. Now, I would like to read to you a few of the words that Schnell said during that conference, because he addressed what he perceived as a documentary debt to the victims of the Holocaust in Romania. The people of this place, those who established this house, those who managed it for years, we all came from Poland. The things that happen in Poland are close to our hearts. We know them, we understand them. Only a small amount of attention, that is to say, not enough, did we devote to other Jewish communities in Europe that were also the victims of Nazi extermination plan. Among these communities are both Hungary and Romania, and we have been trying in recent years to fill the void, to pay the debt that we remain owning. 1 month later, the Herr Segal collection was sent to the Ghetto Fighters House archives. While the 1983 conference attendance list was not preserved, making it impossible to confirm if the brother of Herr Segal was there, actually the timing of the acquisition is enough, as it serves a poignant example of the conference's immediate impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Our next speaker, Karolina Pantz, PhD, is a sociologist, a member of the Polish Center for Holocaust Research, and a researcher at the Institutes of Slavic Studies of the Polish Academy of Sciences. As a recipient of the Claims Conference Sol Kagan Fellowship in Advanced Shoah Studies 2024 to 25, she is investigating the fate of the Jews of Zakopane, and since 2024 has been leading the NCN-funded project Faces of Smuggling in the Polish-Slovak borderland between 1918 and 1949. Karolina's book on the destruction of the Jewish inhabitants of Nowy Targ was published in 2025.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very inspiring time and the possibility of taking part in it. So I will read my paper. When more than 20 years ago I settled in Podhale region in southern Poland, commonly associated with mountains and tourism, nothing spoke of the Jewish fate during the Holocaust, but that hadn't always been the case. In archives, I came across several dozen volumes of documentation spanning nearly 40 years, collected by the Polish prosecutors for the conduct of trials for the crimes of Gestapo functionaries within the wartime borders of Nowy Targ County, which covered the region of Podhale at the time. Hundreds of people were asked detailed questions. Their responses were expected to serve as incriminating evidence against concrete perpetrators. The Polish residents of those towns in Podhale, where the massacres of their Jewish neighbors took place, offered their testimonies as witnesses in the legal sense of the term. Each and every testimony is dynamic and largely dependent upon different circumstances. This applies also to the testimonies delivered in communist Poland. They were also products of their times. Since it's impossible to establish the degree of manipulation, omission, or linguistic standardization of these testimonies, I don't conduct a linguistic or narrative analysis. Instead, I choose to look for recurring elements which, together, weave the Polish story of the Holocaust. I've also decided to take into account several audio and video testimonies that were extracted in completely different circumstances. They were recorded or filmed more than a dozen years after the fall of communism, and they didn't serve as any evidence in any trial. The witnesses' answers to the questions concerning local Jews were given in informal language or dialect. What they had in common with the persecutors' material, which was the basic source for my research, was that they were delivered at a time when Podhale towns didn't have any local Jews who could tell their story. This paper reflects on the dynamics of experiencing and recalling the Holocaust in Podhale and describes how it was either remembered or consigned to oblivion in the minds of the Polish inhabitants of Nowy Targ County. There are places where the reconstruction of the trajectories of fate of local Jews is possible only through the intermediary of testimonies given by their non-Jewish neighbors, and the attempt to reconstruct those tragic events from the victim's perspective proves to be a considerable methodological challenge. The problem of places where no Jewish testimony has been preserved prompts another question. Would it be possible, and if answer is yes, how, to access the victim's perspective through accounts given by their no-Jewish neighbors? This is the next question I would like to address. Prior to the outbreak of the war, this region was home to approximately 7,400 Jews. Ethnic Poles and Jews dwelling in Podhale tended to share a common fence, backyard, or stairway. Even during the war, no close Jewish district existed. There was no brick wall or wooden or another type of fence to ensure physical separation of Poles and Jews. They remained neighbors until the final day of Action Reinhardt, which put an end to the Polish-Jewish coexistence in Podhale. The first deportation of Jews, was organized in Nowy Targ on June 8, 1942. Within the following summer weeks, roughly 1,100 people were murdered in the county, whereas about 2,000 were transported to Bełżec. During the extermination actions, Jews were targeted and murdered randomly, in flats, on doorsteps, in backyards, by fences, in streets, cemeteries, and roads, leading to the mass gatherings before camp transfers. All of those incidents unfolded in the presence of their Polish neighbors, within the shared space and the context of ordinary life. Most Polish inhabitants of Podhale tended the land. Therefore, the rhythm of life in those spring and summer weeks of 1942 was organized around garden and field activities. At the same time, the most deadly and final act of the tragedy involving their Jewish neighbors was unfolding. As the Jews from her home village were being killed and expelled, Krystyna Alexander was working in the field with her mother, which she recalled with great clarity. Quote, "We were busy transferring buckets of cow manure to the beet patch, while she, the Jewish girl who always came to buy milk, hurried toward my mom, and my mom says to her, 'Flee, flee.' She gave her some bread, some pie baked for the journey. 'Flee, child, hide.' I don't know what happened to her afterwards." End of the quote. Some of the witnesses confessed that they didn't halt their activities despite Jews being murdered in the vicinity. Quote, "I didn't go to my nephew's to see the bodies of the executed individuals, as my brother Jan urged me to depart for the fields. I don't recall what urgent task we had to complete in the field then." End of the quote. Testified Franciszek Traczek, whose house was next door from the building in which a Jewish couple, Roisa and Abraham Marczak, were murdered. A few others testified that the ongoing Holocaust caused them to abandon their activities for a time being. Klemens Zemlik was stopped while driving his cart to fetch wood boards from a sawmill. On that day, before dawn, the expulsion action had begun in his town. The man was told to clear the bodies of two murdered women, Eleonora Feuerreisen and Anna Ebel. Quote, "I used to know both of them, and I felt great pity for them. Once there, I remained standing to make my horse stand still, while the late Marcin Hujda and Jan Gaweł loaded the corpses onto my cart. Since I had been told to transport the bodies to the cemetery, I took them to the Upper Catholic Cemetery and left them there. I returned home and I went to reap the oats." End of the quote. The testimonies which I've recalled are stories of the Holocaust presented by passive witnesses. They show the sheer brutality of transformation within the common Polish-Jewish space and daily life in Podhale. My years-long research into the fate of Podhale Jews and my work with very different sources clearly point to an entire spectrum of responses to the Holocaust in Podhale in Polish population. In this paper, I analyze only the Polish narration about the Holocaust. Here, the spectrum is absent. What remains is the memory of passive witnesses. And the silent assumption that this type of response constituted the majority among ethnic Poles has dominated the debate for years. This is why the only categories which allowed me to identify types of witnesses in these testimonies are those introduced by Patrick Debois, the founder of JHI Archives. Debois distinguishes three categories of Holocaust bystanders: indirect witness, those who saw the Jews being led to the selection site and sentenced to death; direct witness, those who saw the execution; and finally, the requisitioned civilians, those who were forced by Germans to assist with the task by digging graves or collecting and transporting bodies. All three types of bystanders can be found in Nowy Targ County. One finds dozens of surviving accounts of residents who were forced to witness the Holocaust because of the physical proximity. Some Poles who dwelt with Jewish families under a single roof had only a thin wall to shield them from the horror. Yet, the physical proximity of the Holocaust didn't mean that all Polish residents of the county were forced to witness the final moments of life of their Jewish neighbors. Many of them chose to see it, as in the case of Nowy Targ inhabitants who dwelt in the vicinity of Jewish cemetery. Within the long weeks of Aktion Reinhardt, they spent hours watching the executions. The entrance gate to the property of Franciszka Węglarczyk was adjacent to the gate of Nowy Targ Jewish Cemetery. Both properties shared a common brick wall. As soon as she noticed Polish blue police officers patrolling the way to the cemetery, the woman knew that an execution was due to begin. Another signal was when she beheld the graves were being dug in the cemetery. Quote, "Then I would go to my brother Stanisław Sokołowski's home across the street, opposite of the gate, and I watched the cemetery from there." End of the quote. The fence encircling the cemetery was 2.5 meters high, and the wooden gate through which the victims were being led allowed the neighbors to see what was going on inside. Eugenia Kubiak, whose house was about 60 meters from the cemetery, emphasized in her testimony that the house of Stołowski family, quote, "was the best as far as the observation of the victims being led to the cemetery was concerned." End of the quote. The owner of the house himself testified that he watched a number of executions. His most precise testimony described the largest execution from August 13, 1942, the day when at least 300 people were shot to death within a few hours. The execution was observed from a variety of vantage points, including nearby houses, attics, sheds, and even through binoculars. Among those who watched was 13-year-old Kazimierz Pajerski, who later recalled, quote, "We watched, not just me, but my neighbors too, my brothers who were little boys, but what we could have seen, we saw a thing or two through the cracks." End of the quote. Pajerski clearly recalled the sight of Polish forced laborers from Bałtyns and the fact that some of them were digging the grave, whereas some were outside the cemetery wall, at the spot where the brick wall morphed into a damaged wooden fence. One of the workers was recruited to the Bałtyns in spring of 1942. Just like the others, he was 20 years old at the time. In the summer of 1942, they were tasked with keeping trout cultures. On the morning of the execution, they were brought to Nowy Targ. The group was 30 men strong. Once they had gathered in the building of the synagogue, they were given coffee with vodka and taken to the cemetery where they had to dig a grave in the heat and stench coming from other mass graves. Afterwards, 3 lorries filled with Jews arrived. This is how Stanisław B. described the event after many years. Quote, "So when they brought these Jews, they said that whoever wants to, he can watch, and whoever doesn't, he's free to go behind the wall and hide. So they beat the Jews. Those Jews descended from the cars in order and smack the Germans beat them. When one was finished with the beating, another would be given a gun, and the other would shoot and give a kick, and there into a hole, a Jew in a hole. They told us themselves that whoever wants to watch, let him watch. I did, but some who didn't want to watch went behind the wall, but most of us stayed to watch." On this Sunday morning of August 30, 1942, apart from the Baudins recruits and the people who observed the cemetery from different spots, there were others in different parts of Nowy Targ who watched mainly through the windows as their Jewish neighbors were heading to the selection site. The Poles would stand behind the curtains. At dawn, notices with an announcement by Nowy Targ county head were posted in all localities by the firefighters. The last paragraph read, quote, "During the day of expulsion, it is forbidden to gather in the street and all windows should remain closed." It is difficult to tell what motivated the people who gravitated towards the site of the Holocaust. I have come across very few cases of clear desire to draw closer for sake of remembrance. As Roma Sendyka wrote, one's watching on the Holocaust isn't tantamount to one's seeing it, and the only possible witnesses of the Holocaust can be those who saw it. Did the Polish inhabitants of Nowy Targ County watch or saw the death of their neighbors? How did they describe it? Those who planned Action Reinhardt wanted the death of the Jews to be orchestrated as a mass and anonymous event. The victims were to be dehumanized before annihilation. Nevertheless, the people who were transported to Bełżec or shot on site were well known to their Polish neighbors from Nowy Targ County. Even if the Poles didn't know their full names, they surely knew where they lived, what they owned, or what the profession was. In striking contrast to this familiarity, the dominant impression produced by the Polish testimonies from the Holocaust from bigger towns of the county is that one of a mass and anonymous character of the victims, quite in line with the original intentions of the Germans. One reads about crowds of nameless Jews walking towards the assembly spot, gathered, stripped of everything, segregated, loaded onto wagons or shot. The individual dimension of the tragedy, such as particular person with a first name and surname, appears rarely. If it does surface in testimony, it tends to be a common feature in several stories. One of the women who watched the Nowy Targ executions referred directly to the selectivity of her memory. Quote, "I saw so much executions that today I wouldn't be able to tell which took place earlier or later. I recall only some of them, those that involved the Jews whom I'd known earlier, as well as those which made the greatest impression on me." End of the quote. What was it that made the greatest impression on Polish bystanders? In Nowy Targ, bystanders recalled to the persecutor the death of a paralyzed 82-year-old Salomea, a death singled out from the anonymous crowd of victims. Jan Spyra saw the woman being dragged out from a house across the street and thrown onto a cart of full bodies. Zofia Chowaniec, hidden in the attic of a shed and gazing outside through a barrel hole, remembered that once at the cemetery, the woman was dragged with the stick placed under her arm towards the grave. Quote, "I heard her yell, 'I'm a person, I'm a person.'" End of the quote. The Germans disregarded her pleas and continued to drag her along, and eventually shot her dead. In order for an individual death to be remembered and recalled in a testimony after many years, it had to be different, either because of particular circumstances singling out it from the general scheme of executions or the physical uniqueness of the murdered individual. At that moment, pre-war familiarity of one's social role didn't matter that much. The decisive factor was the unusual type of death. Immediately after the execution, many victims were probably still remembered by name. We don't know the pace at which the process of erasing their identities in trial testimonies and communicative memories occurred. Polish psychiatrist Krzysztof Szwajca, that has been working on remote consequences of war trauma for many years in the context of the Holocaust, argued that the humanization of victims is the best way to maintain the passivity of crime-stricken bystander. In this way, the bystander saved him herself, given that a sympathetic and empathetic bystander who identifies with the victims becomes highly vulnerable to trauma and, in consequence, to post-traumatic stress disorder. Isolated, highly personal sentences detected within otherwise formal testimonies and materials gathered by Polish Prosecutor's Office of Nowy Targ County as well as occasional shaking words and weeping of the bystanders whose accounts were recorded, indicates instances where such anti-trauma mechanism failed. Watching the murder of children during the Holocaust was something that could trigger such reactions. A Jordanov teacher recalled a 30-year-old Klapholz holding a 5-year-old daughter heading for the assembly by town hall. The child was carrying a large doll. The image of the child has been engraved in his memory ever since. Tadeusz Tubernat mentions the nervous breakdowns of Baudin's recruits present at the executions. Quote, "We found it unbearable to watch, and we suffered mental breakdowns and convulsions to such an extent that 3 of us were transported to the local hospitals where we were given injections." End of the quote. Still, the interrogated Poles, when they refer directly to their emotions from those days, wherever in recorded interviews or written testimonies, rarely mention strong feelings of sympathy. What permitted their recollection was the feeling of fear. People who witnessed the death of Jews could well have been regarded as inconvenient witnesses of the crime. Zofia Chowaniec, who observed the Nowy Targ cemetery from the attic, testified after 36 years, quote, "I will not forget until my last day that at some point one of the Germans, ostensibly having noticed my eyes in the barrel hole, got hold of the lock of the shed and jerked it. It was locked and he left." End of the quote. In September 1945, the Czarny Dunajec village head described the undertaker's task with digging graves for the victims of Action Reinhardt as individuals living in a psychosis of fear. In the recorded accounts, the interviewed Baudin's recruits also mentioned fear when they responded to the question whether any of the people transported to the cemetery attempted to communicate with them. They explained that what prevented them from making contact with the victims was both fear and concentration on completing the order of the unit leader. None considered their behavior tantamount to a passive acceptance of the situation, but they emphasized the presumed passivity of victims. Quote, "No Jew ever asked us for help. No one made any move to avoid being shot. They walked as even cattle wouldn't go as meekly as they did. They must have resolved that they will die." End of the quote. Erwin Staub wrote regarding this kind of defensive claims about genocidal killings. Quote, "Silence and passivity change bystanders, whether there are individuals or whole nations." End of the quote. When one is passive, one becomes unable to maintain internal resistance to the deeds of the perpetrators and develop sympathy for the victims. Passive witnesses distance themselves from the victims in order to alleviate feelings of guilt and suffering resulting from the sympathy towards them. The distance and the resulting perception of Jews as people who were reconciled with the perspective of imminent death, helpless and silent as they headed for the massacre bore fruit during the next, third stage of the Holocaust. It was then that the response of Polish bystanders proved to be a key significance for those who struggled to survive. The casualty figures from the third stage of the Holocaust of Podhale Jews and post-war anti-Jewish violence indicate that the humanization of victims and denial of empathy during the Holocaust could be not only a defense mechanism against trauma, but also a symptom of the exclusion of Jews from the community of human moral obligation. All of these facts can be discovered only via different sources. The Polish bystanders who waved their story of the Holocaust failed to mention them. The stories of Poles who observed the killing and expulsion of Jews from their windows or from behind the fence, heard the cries of Jewish neighbors from behind the walls, or had to transport and bury their bodies are essentially stories about themselves. We could be misled both by attempts to analyze them without taking into account the anti-trauma mechanism involved and by limiting our analysis to the factual layer without considering the elements that might have been deliberately concealed, simplified, or modified. Each of these testimonies has a complex relationship with reality, even when reality's very existence is undeniable. The Holocaust in Podhale concerned real individuals with identity whose individual words perish along with them. The only available perspective of victims in Polish testimonies of the Holocaust are the surviving traces of someone's existence, such as their name, address, profession, or place of death. Sometimes they are the only bits of information that survived. They showed that each of the victims was indeed a person, to cite the words of Salomea Hammerschlag, which she uttered mere moments before her death. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. So our final speaker, Alexandra Kumala, is a cultural studies scholar, Doctor of Humanities and independent researcher. She serves as the head of research at the Festivals Association and Research and Documentation Officer in European Sites of Holocaust Memory. She is also a member of the Research Centre for Memory Cultures at the Faculty of Polish Studies at the Jagiellonian University. Her academic work focuses on representations of male sexuality in Nazi concentration camps, with particular emphasis on the discourse of former Polish political prisoners, and also publishes on contemporary culture.
Yes, thank you. So as this is I'm the last speaker of the last panel of the last day of the conference, thank you for being here. And I would be talking about the project that I've just begun researching, and this would be my presentation will be devoted to Samuel Reifer, who was born in Chrzanów, just as I was, and I'm interested in how his testimonies changed across time, and also how they are being used today to construct like a local memory politics in Chrzanów. So this is just to give you an idea of where Chrzanów is. It's right in between Kraków and Katowice, in close proximity, about 20 minutes by train to Oświęcim, which played a role during the Holocaust. And as you can see, the history of the Jewish community in Chrzanów was quite long, and it was tragically disrupted during the Holocaust. There was an open ghetto in Chrzanów between the years 1941 and 1943, and I would say that an event that is very much remembered by the non-Jewish inhabitants of Chrzanów, especially older ones, is the demolition of the Great Synagogue, which survived the Holocaust but didn't survive the communist rule. So this is an event for the non-Jewish community of Chrzanów that symbolizes sort of the end of the Jewish presence in the town. And as already mentioned, as I'm not a historian but a cultural studies scholar, I'm interested in how institutions or historical sources, how their potential can be unveiled when we are able to witness the witness, to watch the testimony, or to read it. And I would opt for adopting a microhistorical approach while researching such cases, but I will go back to this point later on. And I also I'm trying to bear in mind always is the risk of instrumentalizing Holocaust survivors' testimonies. And just a quick comment on the pictures that you can see. This is and was the main street in Chrzanów, Aleja Henryka, and you can see a picture from late 20s and a very recent one. So the fabric of the city hasn't changed that much, but in terms of the process of depopulation, this is something that is very, very much visible on these pictures. And I will be talking about three types of sources. The first one is a testimony that was written down by Róża Bauminger and is preserved in the archives of Jewish Historical Institute. The second source is an oral history interview conducted by Erno Abeles with Samuel Reifer in the late 90s for the USC Shoah Foundation. And finally, the publication of the local museum in Chrzanów, which uses Samuel Reifer, yet another account from 1946. And on the pictures here, you can see again the Aleja Henryka, Henryk Avenue, the picture from 1943 when the Jews are being walked through the street to the train station to be deported to Auschwitz, and the view of the same street in 2011. And Samuel Reifer was born in Chrzanów. As I already told you, he was the eldest son of Abraham and Rivka. He had 3 younger siblings, brothers Moses and Isaac, as well as sister Róża or Rachela. Moses didn't survive, as well as Reifer's parents, grandparents, and many other family members. And this was a family that was well established in Chrzanów. They were well educated and religious and engaged in mostly in wood trade. And as you can see, wartime experiences of Samuel Reifer include surviving ghettos in Chrzanów and Sosnowiec, concentration and forced labor camps. He also was hiding for some time in Chrzanów, and he experienced, as I already told you, the loss of his family. So this is to some extent a typical experience, and I would also go back to this issue later on. After the war, he experienced long-time health issues. This will also be discussed in a minute, and he settled in the United Kingdom. And here you can see him giving his testimony in late 90s. And this is just to show you some more photos. The first one was taken in Chrzanów in 1938. This is the Reifer's family, and at the bottom you can see Isaac and Samuel Reifer almost 10 years later in Jelenia Góra. So the difference between these photos, I think, is telling. And the testimony, Reifer's testimony that I will be talking about, is one of 3 testimonies that are stored in JHI archives. The other 2 described his experiences from the camps. And this testimony was written down when he was hospitalized in Krakow in mid-February 1946, and this source is at the same time a historical source and an illustrative one that can show us how the post-war narratives emerged in the immediate afterward, as Agnieszka Haska, who's I think no longer here, was discussing in her article. And this is the advantage of being the last speaker. Róża Bauminger was already introduced to you, so you know that she was a Holocaust survivor and one of the most distinguished recorders of JHI testimonies. And this is also interesting for me, as this is an example of a witness being interviewed by another witness. And here the gender dimension is also interesting, as we have a male witness and a female witness. And what was interesting for me to encounter was this, at the same time, materiality of this account and its informative character. You can see here that some names or locations or surnames are underlined. So this informative, factual characteristic of this kind of document is very visible when you read through the pages. And also Samuel Reifer is trying to be very precise. He's giving the numbers of victims or transport durations, data, and so on. And this testimony ends with him stating that although he survived the camp, he is suffering from tuberculosis. And this is something that would be that would return in his 1997 oral history interview, as he is coughing a lot during this interview. You can see that he has these enduring health troubles, and this interview was recorded just 4 years before he died. And he was again interviewed by another Holocaust survivor from Hungary, and the interview was conducted in formative years of USC Shoah Foundation. And I would say that what's interesting in this particular testimony for me is this dialogical nature. You can see here the Samuel Reifer is checking his notes to provide like a concrete information, the date or the name or location. So he's very much trying to be as precise as possible in his testimony. And I would also say that this example illustrates that that oral history interviews are these processes of active meaning making. And the reason why I'm saying that is because this oral history interview with Samuel Reifer, there are some parts being discussed that are not being mentioned in his testimonies from the 40s. So I've chose only 3 examples, but I've noted down some more, so I hope we'll be able to discuss it later. When asked about pre-war anti-Semitism, he says that as long as Piłsudski was alive, things were under control, but then when Hitler came, they meaning non-Jews in Chrzanów, started to put up their heads, he says, and you could hear their voices, and they started to scream after you, Żydzie, Żydzie parchu, and to throw stones at you, and so on. So it's also very interesting that he recalls this memory, sort of like he quotes in Polish the things that were screamed at him. In terms of denouncing or hiding during the war in Chrzanów, this is a very blurred quote, but I think it's interesting just because of that. He says that if they got information that a Jewish child is in the hands of a non-Jewish family, and there was such a case, somebody must have told them, they went after and took it away and brought it to Auschwitz. So it's very like depersonalized narrative of someone telling someone, and they came and they took them. So I think this is also very interesting example. And the most moving I think is the moment when he describes in the tape 10, which is the last, when he describes the moment when he arrived in Chrzanów after the war. Also, I think I didn't say it, the interview is conducted in English. So he says, I arrived in Chrzanów, I've gone to my house and I see a non-Jew living there, and I was frightened to go in. Then my neighbor, a Polish Gentile, came out and said to me, hi, he recognized me. Are you still alive? How are you still alive? So I've seen them and I knew what was going to be. This is how Reifer comments on it. And then he says that he went to the square, to the Rynek marketplace, and there, no Jew, nobody. So this is how he remembers the immediate afterwards of the war in Chrzanów. And then he met the former worker of his grandfather, who gave him a piece of bread and a place to sleep. And he learns that his uncle survived and is in Krakow. So he leaves Chrzanów the next day. And moving on to how this Samuel Reifer's story is preserved and sort of how it functions within the local framework. There's a book published by the Museum of Chrzanów entitled Żyli wśród nas chrzanowscy Żydzi. So they lived among us, the Jews of Chrzanów. And this book uses Reifer's testimony written down in late November 1946, so after his interview for JHI, and it was passed on to the museum by Samuel's brother after Samuel died. And I think in terms of this institutional framework, this is very interesting that this is the only survivor testimony and the only Jewish voice in the book. So we have these non-Jewish historians and researchers, and then all of these chapters, sort of the book ends with Samuel Reifer's testimony, which is edited. Of course, it had footnotes, an introduction, and an English summary. So it's sort of part of this monograph. And what I would say is striking is to what extent Samuel Reifer's experiences are described as having this representative nature and universalizing nature. And in terms of content, I wanted to highlight one part. He, of course, describes his experiences of Nazi persecution. He also describes the events of late April 1942, when a public execution took place in Chrzanów, and 7 Jews were hanged for the illegal baking of bread. But of course, this was just an excuse, and it was like a public showcase of power pattern of violence. And he calls in this source, as well as in the two others, he calls this place Henkerplatz, which is like an executioner square, and this is a name that he only he uses. So it indicates that that was a name given to this site by the Jewish community, sort of to mark this this violent nature of this place. And you can see here on the pictures, on the top there are museum workers commemorating this event on April this year, and at the bottom you can see photographs from the execution. They were displayed in a temporary exhibition when the houses were burning. That was shown in the museum last year. So the traces of this event are very much present in the local memory. And that leads me to wonder how Samuel Reifer's story functions in this local context. And I would like to show you two examples. The first comes from the Chrzanów Chronicle, Kronika Chrzanowska, from 1993. A museum curator and a historian working in the Chrzanów Museum sort of sums up a few Jewish testimonies stored in JHI archives. All of them are describe the experiences in the wartime Chrzanów, and she calls these testimonies illogic and chaotic, but she says that it's understandable as this was produced in 1946, so they were unable to sort of be logical and not chaotic. And Samuel Reifer's testimony is discussed only briefly alongside several other survivor accounts, and this changes with time, because here you can see a screenshot from the museum website. This is the exact photo that I was showing you. This is a very commonly used photo for any celebrations or commemorative events regarding the Holocaust history of Chrzanów. And Samuel Reifer's story here on the website, as well as in social media of the museum, is adapted and it's edited, and it's a third-person narrative with some direct quotes. And again, this is what is valued is this historical and documentary significance of Reifer's testimony, the fact that it is an eyewitness perspective. And we're coming back to this representative character of Reifer's experience, and this is represented. It's framed as representative not only for the regional history of the Holocaust, but for the Polish one in general. And I would quote: "His memories as individual are at the same time a description of the experiences of many Chrzanów Jews, whom the German occupiers intended to erase forever from the face of earth." So to conclude, as I told you in the beginning, these are just my initial thoughts on the topic. I would say that yes, Samuel Reifer's account is representative, as he's devoting much attention to being in the ghettos and in the camps and to violence, hunger. He's not disclosing his emotions that much, although he clearly states that the family played a very important role in his life. And this linguistic aspect of these testimonies, the testimony written down by Róża Bauminger is written down in Polish, and also the testimony preserved by the museum in Chrzanów is written in Polish. But then the oral history interview is conducted in English, but it features quotes in German and in Yiddish. And I would say that the comparative analysis of these sources can show us that there were some subtle narrative changes being done, and maybe for Samuel Reifer it was easier, for example, to talk about pre-war anti-Semitism in Chrzanów in the late 90s, that it was pretty much in the immediate aftermath of the war. And I would end with the thought that yes, Samuel Reifer's testimony can be seen as universal, but I would also say that this is what makes this his account vulnerable, as this is a personal story after all, and this is an individual narrative. And I think adopting the microhistorical approach and working with the story as a personal story can be a way of not universalizing it too much. So thank you so much, and I'll look forward for questions and discussions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Should we have our speakers at the front, just while you're gathering your questions?
So thank you very much. I'm really impressed by all three of your talks, and I have a question to Alexandra. It remembers me a bit on the unique on the development that Menachem Kaisers described in his novel about Abraham Kaiser's testimony. It is very similar that one testimony got this universalization. So maybe you did some Vergleich, comparison. Thank you. And when I think about Scharnhof, I think about another prominent survivor, Henrik Tauber, who would also went back after his escape from the death march from Auschwitz, and he tells in his Shoah Foundation interview also very detailed about coming back to Scharnhof. And I want to ask whether his testimony is known in the museum activities, or is it recognized, or is there some reasons that it's not so important for them? So that would be interesting for me.
Can we take two or three? Let's take a small cluster of questions, and then perhaps Alexandra and Carolina and Greta can answer those as well. Got any more questions? Perhaps we could hear a little bit more just from all of you about a bit of an origin story about each individual project, a bit more about the process of discovery and what. But maybe we heard a bit about motivations, didn't we? So maybe a bit about motivations. What motivated you to take on these projects? Alexandra, do you want to answer first?
Okay. So in my case, it actually started around 6 years ago when I started working in the Ghetto Fighters House. They told me about this collection of testimonies of children from Romania. And there was a description of the collection that already was part of the catalog, and actually we also uploaded it in the EHRI portal. And but still I was looking at the names, and I was trying to see if my colleagues can give me further information of who were those people that collected the testimonies, and I wasn't able to receive answers. So I started to look in our administrative archive, which is not something that is so available for outside researchers. And I also actually started in the same time to send requests to other archives to see if they have some information about this school in Gurahumorului or about these figures. And I think the most challenging part was to find information about Rachel Hasenfratz, because I didn't know if she got married, if she changed her name. I didn't even know when was she born. I just had a name, basically. So I started to look in Yad Vashem pages of testimonies to see maybe she wrote about someone in her family. I wasn't able to trace the name with the exact place, and then I just decided, because of the big amounts of testimonies from Gura Humorului, to look through different testimonies given by children from Gura Humorului to see maybe someone is going to mention her. And this I didn't mention in my presentation, but this is how I was able to find one of her nieces that is mentioning her story. And from there I was able actually to connect it to the Gura Humorului memorial book and further the research.
Yes, so I'm from Shanov. That's how it started, and I'm also working at Festival, which is a Jewish NGO from Krakow, and we conducted a set of projects there in Shanov to sort of commemorate the Jewish community, and the great synagogue that was demolished and that I mentioned stood on the so-called Esther's Square. So we planted Esther's willow there. It was a collaborative project with Marta and Katarzyna Sala, sisters from Shanów, and Robert Jelachmir Snyderman, whose ancestors were from Rzeszów, if I'm not mistaken. So we've been doing a lot of this participatory commemorative work there, and we were also trying to commemorate not only the Holocaust and the loss of the Jewish community, but also the Jewish culture that was thriving in Chrzanów. So we conducted also a project dedicated to Hirschley Bakon, who was a cantor in the Chrzanów Bet Midrash. And so this research is sort of a next step. Like I thought, okay, so what haven't we done yet? And I thought that we haven't been looking really closely into the testimonies that are preserved. And so this is as I told you, just the beginning. I would love to compare Samuel Reifer's testimonies with different ones that were preserved. So this is something that I will definitely look into. And maybe I just quickly also respond to the question about whether there are some other Jewish narratives sort of in use in Chrzanów. There's a Berek Grajover memoir which was published by the Chrzanów Museum, and he is also very often quoted in their materials. And there's also an EHRI book about Chrzanów wrote by Mordechai Bochner. So this is also like a source that is very much present. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. It's a very opening question. But on the other hand, I came across this group of testimonies searching for any scratch of Jewish history of Podhale, where I moved almost 21 years ago. And I faced emptiness, I faced silence. I was from the outside, I had no family stories, I had nobody to ask for a Jewish story, and really there was no Jewish story that was recalled. And you can imagine how shocked I was when I found those 40 boxes of testimonies collected in 40-year time. I really did my best. I'm also, apart from being a researcher, I'm also a volunteer who tries to commemorate the Jewish inhabitants of Podhale. I'm dedicated to a project called People Not Numbers. So I really wanted to find the stories, the names, the fate of individual people. And very soon I realized that this is something that can be found in these testimonies that I searched through. That's why I decided to after also, as I use this material to write, because sometimes it's the only trace of this Jewish story of the Holocaust in Podhale, and I used it to write my chapter in Night Without End book that some of you maybe know. It was a very discussed book. And then I knew that I have to do something with my perspective. But I have to describe why this material really have to be treated very carefully. Like, why do we have to do this triangulation of sources, methods? It's definitely not as every sort, but still those Polish testimonies of the Holocaust are very specific in use.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the audience? Yeah.
One short question to Alexandra. Did you come across the materials concerning Israel Bacon, son of Hirschleib?
Yeah, we were using his recordings in this project that I mentioned, because probably you know this, but Israel managed to record. He was also a renewed cantor, and he managed to record an album in Berlin shortly before the war, and he sent it to his relatives in the US, and that's how the music survived. So in the project, we used the recordings, and we used the Hirschleib, so his father's notes, and we were cooperating with Moshe Band, which is a Slovak Jewish band, and they sort of proposed a new arrangements of this songs with Rachel Weston, who is a female cantor from the UK. So it was like a big event to commemorate this this culture and to sort of bring to the light this Bacon family and not to discuss only the Holocaust period with regards to the Jewish community of Chrzanów. So this project is available online, so I can share a link.
I think I saw it, but I'm curious. Any written sources and note sheets written by? No.
Yeah, the note sheets of Hirsch, some of them were preserved, and some of them there's a book published by the. Preserved in the archive of the Chrzanów Museum that is dedicated to Hirschleib Bacon and to his compositions, and they were sort of some of them were restored and written down sort of like again by Itzhak, one of his sons. So I think they managed to publish like 200 of them in this book, and there's also a story of this family, and this book was published. I don't know how is it accessible easily, but the copy is in Chrzanów, and I have some photos.
Published in Chrzanów.
Yeah, I mean it was not published in Chrzanów, but the copy was given to the museum. Thank you.
If we don't have any more questions from the audience, I just wanted to ask a quick question, Carolina, if I might, just about the lack of empathy that you mentioned that you see in these testimonies. Is there any, within these testimonies, or any corroborating sources that you've used? Just thinking about the massacres and the perpetration of these massacres, is there an absence of the kind of emotion that is seen on the days on the part of the observers as well as the perpetrators? Does that not come through in any of the testimonies? It's very hard to build up a picture of this kind of thing. That I know you mentioned Father Dubois and the Yehad Unum. Often some of these testimonies do depict these kind of events, the kind of emotion that they see at these kind of events, the pride and the horrific nature of the way these massacres are perpetrated, the pride of the perpetrators, the excitement of the observers. Does any of that come through? Is it because of this protection? I've forgotten the phrase that you used. I thought it was very memorable and I've forgotten it. But this lack of empathy in these testimonies, does any of that come through?
I don't know. Well, it's a huge question. There are moments where you can trace this, as I told you, this crack, this moment when I really don't even try to analyze the narration, as I told you, because I also saw the difference between those testimonies that were recorded or were given in dialect. I suspect that each protocol was somehow standardized, but still there are moments where, especially those when they recall individual people or children, when you see that something happens. But this is typical provincial story. There are no diaries, no testimonies, personal ego documents that could be used, yes, to, I recalled this Krzysztof Schweitzer anti-trauma mechanism because it's also something that I try to to understand. Because I showed you the testimonies that concerned the second part of the Holocaust, is the second stage. When it comes to the third stage, it's even worse, because there the anonymization and the way the people who try to survive in hideouts, the way they are described, it's even less empathic and more difficult to trace, to analyze. But I think it's just an attempt of understanding. But I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but I think it's something that has to be taken into consideration. That it's not transparent source that can be, especially when right now it is used by the politicians. Yes, this passive witness who. This is the memory of passive witnesses, passive bystanders. So and it's used as instrument, as a tool, yes, for our politicians. So that's why I think that we have to put it forward that it's not like that. Yeah.
So, unless we have any other questions, I'd like to say thank you very much to each of our speakers in our final panel, and thank you for your questions. Thank you.
So here you are. This is the end of our conference tour, in fact 3 days conference. I'm very happy that we had such a important conference here at the Jewish Historical Institute, and that it was organized within the EHRI project with all these wonderful co-organizers and partners. I would like to thank you all of the institutions who work with us during this conference, and I'm really grateful, Stephen, and I ended you were with us all the time. Also, of course, I would like to thank you all of the participants for the really amazing papers and so engaging and inspiring discussions during the panels and in between. What is more, I would like to thank you, my colleagues, because it's always the teamwork. It's not only one or two persons, but I'm especially grateful Joanna Wójcicka-Warda. I really can't imagine this event without her, but I also thank Daria Staniak and Alicja Stasiak, who helped us and especially helped me. And I have, I think, a good information, a good news, because we plan the publication after the conference, a special volume of journal, Kwartalnik Historii Żydów. And the publication is planned next year, 2027. So I think the date is quite fine. And of course, you will get the email with more detailed information, but just in case, you would like to prepare mentally to submit the texts this year for sure. So thank you very much, and I hope that you are also happy as much as I. Thank you.